Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely look outside. Look how beautiful it is. Spring has sprung, sort of, but we're getting there. And the vibes are high and the mood is tremendous and everyone's very excited. In fact, the boys in the back are off to Seattle this evening. So they've got their bags packed. They're all ready to go. I'm happy just because of the fact that I'm not going. I hate being the guy like, oh, I gotta rush out and leave the studio. Bags are packed, all disheveled, all anxious. No. I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy to be there. I'm happy for them. I'm excited for them. Muckleshoot, Pike's Place, the coffee, the event on set. I'm happy for them, but I'm happy to be here as well. I'm very happy to
We'll send you a postcard.
Please, many things. Direct flight? We got a direct or what?
Yeah, come on.
All right.
Only the best for the boys.
Biz?
Nah, only the second best for the boys.
Okay. Is there now? How many tickets do you get for cornermen and hotel rooms?
Interesting question.
This is a big topic.
We'll talk about
Okay, big topic of discussion on the interwebs this morning. We got a lot to get into today. Yesterday was a phenomenal day. Appreciate everyone who stopped by. Still taken by Chanel Dyer. What a revelation. Love meeting these fighters who we've never met before, have them on the show, don't know much about them. I was talking to someone after the show, like, how much did you know about Chanel Dyer? Unless you're Pete Carroll, how much did you know about Chanel Dyer going into Saturday? And how much did you know about her after Saturday? But then you tune into this program, and I know she's not the biggest name yet, but you will fall in love with her. You'll now be emotionally invested in her journey, in her story. You'll want to watch her the next time. That to me is the magic of a program like this. That's why I love doing this show, meeting these fighters, these new faces that come on the scene that have these grandiose dreams, these big aspirations. That's why I always laugh when people say, too negative, this, that. Yeah, Chanel Dyer, was that negative? Was Ivo Baraniewski? No, of course not. We're trying to do the job that some people aren't doing these days. And so that was a tremendous show. And we've got another great one lined up for all of you today. At 1:30, we'll be joined by John Silva, obviously in the news. He was at the event on Saturday, sitting in the front, wants that title shot against Alex Volkanovski, so we'll get into all of that and more. John Martin, the CEO of PFL, they had a big show on Friday in Madrid. They have a big show on Saturday in Pittsburgh. The rare PFL versus UFC head-to-head showdown. UFC now on Paramount+, PFL still on ESPN. This one on ESPN Linear, so I think it's ESPN2. Anyway, it's not just buried on the app, which is great for them, and we'll see how it all plays out as far as them going head-to-head. There's also boxing on Amazon Prime. There's RAF on Fox Nation. Very busy Saturday, as we discussed yesterday. Looking forward to talking to John. He'll be joining us in studio, by the way, so that's going to be great. Sebastian Fundora, who's also fighting on Saturday against Keith Thurman, one of the great characters in boxing right now, the towering Inferno. If you've never seen him compete, he is a sight to behold. To me, he's must-see TV just because of his size, but also his skill as well. So we'll talk to him. And then we'll talk to Francis Ngannou, Le Prédateur, who's obviously a part of the big Netflix MVP card, May 16th, Inglewood, California, Intuit Dome. I mean, this is big-time stuff. And in fact, this is where I want to begin today. Let's get into it, because this morning at around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we got some big breaking news regarding this card. The entire fight card has been revealed, and there it is. Everyone very excited about this. Obviously, we knew about the top three fights: Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, Nathan Diaz, Mike Perry, Francis Ngannou, Philippe Lins. We knew those fights. What we didn't know was the rest of the card. Now, some of these had already been reported out there, but nothing officially confirmed, and now we have it. Let's go back to that big-time graphic there for a moment. Saladin Parnasse versus Ken Cross. Saladin Parnasse, double champion in KSW. A lot of people very, very excited about him. A lot of people say that the Frenchman, Saladin, is one of the best non-UFC fighters in the world right now. one of the best fighters not attached to the UFC. KSW product, we'll talk about him in a moment. A lot of people very high on Ken Cross as well. Trains with the likes of Gina Carano, big-time American prospect. This is a nice test for Parnas. So there you go. Seems like they know ball putting this fight on there. Junior Dos Santos against Robles de Span. Heavyweight scrap. More on that in a moment. Mohamed Mokaev against the former One Championship champion, Adriano Moraes. Not bad. Had his little feud with Demetrius Johnson. I don't think a lot of people saw that one coming. Lorenz Larkin versus Jason Jackson. Fun fight. Also added to the card. And then you have names like Aline Pereira, the sister of one Alex Pereira, Chris Avila. Nagoyan is Armin Sarukian's cousin, so perhaps Armin will be involved. Some other posters that we have here, we could show you them as well. They dropped all of these on Tuesday morning. This morning, there's Dos Santos versus Despan, the Cuban, going up against the Brazilian. Mohamed Mokaev against Adriano Moraes. At 125, by the way, Lorenz Larkin, Jason Jackson. Albert Moraes against Nagoyan, as I said. Aline Pereira against the Canadian, Masson Wong. That's a nice little thing. Now, I will come on here and tell you, hey, this is a great card. This is a deep card. This is a card that I think touches all the different types of fans out there. The super hardcore fan, like the Kaposas of the world, they're excited about Saladin Parnas. They're excited about Mokaev versus Adriano Moraes. They're excited about those types of fights, right? Then you've got the general, I don't know what you want to call them, casual MMA fan, UFC fan. You surely know about Nate Diaz. You surely know about Mike Perry. You surely know about Junior Dos Santos and these types of guys, right? And then you have maybe the older fan, the lapsed fan, who remembers Gina Carano from 2009, who remembers Ronda Rousey from 2013, 14, 15. It is very hard right now with everyone who's tied up by the UFC and PFL. It is very hard to come out with a 10-fight card, 9-fight card? No, it's more than that. It's definitely more than that. 3, 7, 11. Chris Avila on there. He's the only one without an opponent. And I'm told that they're close to securing one for him. It's very hard to put together a card in which it seems like every fight has a story attached to it, a person that you know, a person that you're interested in, a person that captures your attention, and not use a UFC or PFL fighter. Obviously, RAF, these other promotions, they could use that, but this is MMA, so UFC isn't just going to hand over their talent. I told you when this fight card was announced, it's not just going to be a 2-fight card or a 3-fight card, and I told you that what I was hearing was it was going to touch all the different types of fan bases, that there will be like some super duper exciting hardcore MMA fan type of prospect fights, and then everything else in between. Don't take my word for it. You'll say I'm biased. You'll say I work for Netflix, blah, 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 blah. Pizzi, your thoughts on the card that was revealed today?
This is everything I wanted. I wanted to see some prospects on the card. I think Mokaev v. Moraes is brilliant. It's a hardcore MMA fight. Talk about Mokaev, I'd say the most hyped prospect of all time in the sport. You know, when that lad was amateur, before he went pro, I had never seen so much interest in an amateur fighter. Obviously, what happened with the UFC, it's made him a bigger name, but the fights he's had since then have not been on big platforms where it's must-see. This is a must-see fight. It's a real test. I love that. But you mentioned the main man, Saladin Parnas. This is a hardcore's dream. If you don't know who Saladin Parnas is...
Tell us.
Okay, so I don't know if Americans know this, but there's a very famous football player in the world. He's a French guy, and he was once considered the greatest prospect in football. Now he's considered the best football player in the world, Kylian Mbappe of Real Madrid. When Saladin Parnas, as an 18-year-old, signed for KSW, one of the greatest institutions of European publications, L'Equipe, called him the Kylian Mbappe of MMA. He went to KSW. He won the featherweight title, the lightweight title. He attempted to win the welterweight title. This guy is an incredibly... He's trying to go after things, basically, is what I'm trying to say. He has 2 losses on his record. One was a freak knockout. Hoyley was in that early phase with KSW. I think he ate a forearm in a freak exchange and went down. All the wins since then. Then he went up to welterweight, tried to challenge the champion there, lost that fight, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, right back to where he is after there. And, you know, we see these events with Cedric Doumbé in Paris. He's been having these kind of events with KSW in Paris at the same time. He's considered one of the jewels in the crown of French MMA. And honestly, he's one of the most savvy guys outside of the cage as well. I can remember I attended Cedric Doumbé's fight with Baki in 2024 in Paris. And there was all kinds of celebrities there. Like, as we know, Doumbé is a big, big deal. Like, he is a headline guy across the publications in France when he fights. And there was all these paparazzi in the foyer of this Accor Arena where they had the events. I know you were familiar with Ariel from your Olympic adventure over there.
Sure.
And all of Vincent Cassel, all these famous actors are coming in, famous rappers, Jabril Cisse, and the cameras are going off. The cameras went absolutely wild as Saladin Parnasse walked in there because he was a free agent at the time, and the talk was that PFL were going to sign him. As the Cedric Doumbé fight is going on, that's all the conversation on press row about Saladin. In the end, he re-signs for KSW, and granted, that means that a lot of Americans probably don't see him. A lot of UK people probably don't see him either. But he has signed one of the most lucrative deals outside of the UFC. Reports at the time suggest that he was getting over $500,000 a fight, and he's still on this contract now, and I believe it escalates from fight to fight. Absolute coup to get this man on the card. Fair play to KSW, who have allowed him to do this, I assume. And fair play to Stefan Ash and all the boys on his team, because I think this guy is must-see TV. If you want me to compare his style to someone's, I think I put him on my former famed prospect list that I wrote from Guilherme Cruz. He did the Brazilians, I did the Europeans. He was first on my list in 2019, and I give the assist to the great Alan Murphy for that one. But when I was watching him back then, it reminded me of Anderson Silva. He has changed his fighting style a bit to deal with the various challenges that come his way, but he is a sublime striker. That is where he wants to fight. He will try and take this fight to Ken as long as they're standing, and he's very savvy on the ground too. So this is a real coup, I feel, for this Netflix card.
Fucking hell, to quote the great Oban Elliott. Now I'm even more excited about all of this. Why does my microphone sound so weird, Frank, all of a sudden?
He's also a pro boxer. He's also boxed professionally, I might add, on Stefan Ash's promotion. So he is a guy, he's still very, very young. The future's all ahead of him. And UFC were very interested in this guy. Very, very interested. Everybody was interested. PFL, all these people, KSW kept him around, and he is one of their banner fighters. Like Phil DeFries, the Poles love him like one of their own. We've only seen that a few times. Kaladov, DeFries, maybe Roberto Soldic, and Saladin Parnasse.
I'm so excited about this. I'm excited about Mokaev getting the opportunity to fight at 125 against Moraes. That's a big-time opportunity for him. Namo Fazil as well. Aline Pereira, obviously we know about her, and her brother probably going to be involved as well. And before you say, I'm not going to get into the bullshit, this is better than the White House, this is worse than the White House. I'm the guy who said White House was 9 out of 10. I'm just excited about having something else to get excited about, having a new potential player, having Netflix involved in MMA. If you are getting hung up on is this better than that, you are missing the point. Netflix, MMA, massive. MVP getting in, massive. A different player. All of a sudden, if this gets some kind of traction, if this is somewhat successful, all of a sudden we could look at a situation where the North American scene goes from like, it's a little bit bare to, wait, we actually have maybe 3 players? And this will not only raise the UFC's game, it will raise PFL's game as well, because they don't want to roll over and die. Like, you come out with a card like this, and I know it's easy to come out all the eggs in one basket, come out with a bang. Yeah, let's see if you can do it 2, 3, 4 times. I totally understand that. But you are a liar if you thought that the initial offering would look like this, because the initial commentary, especially from the people online, was, oh, this is the old-timer thing. Is it the old-timer thing now? With Parnasse, with Pereira, with Mokaev? Is it the old-timer thing now? Of course not. It's not the old-timer thing. But you had to wait for the whole thing to play out. Rick, what do you think of it?
I think that they've built a card that's suitable for everybody, right? Like they've touched on every piece of this, and they've got the recognizable names at the top as well as like throughout, right? You got JDS coming back, and then you've got some of the prospects that would be the type that you'd see, coming into the UFC or the PFL or fighting for KSW or Cage Warriors, and so they've done the best possible job, in my opinion, from my view of it. They've done the best possible job to put together a card for what was available to them, right? And they're playing with a limited number of options, and I think they did a pretty damn good job.
GC?
Yeah, I love it. The last 7 fights are tremendous. Obviously, the top 3 are the main draw with stars like Nate Diaz, Francis Ngannou, Ronda Rousey, all that. But getting an undefeated prospect in Muhammad Mokaev in a meaningful fight for the first time in what feels like a while against the former one champion. You're signing Saladin Parnasse, a double champ over in KSW. You got Jason Jackson on this, a former Bellator champion. Like guys who have been at the highest level in other promotions. So, I mean, I don't know how you can't be at least looking forward to this as an MMA fan. It's going to be better than whatever Apex show the UFC is putting on that weekend, without a shadow of a doubt.
With all due respect to Arnold Allen, we love Arnold Allen.
Love Arnold Allen. Love Melky Costa.
Yeah.
But come on, it's not even comparable.
This is big time stuff.
You don't have to pay for it. It's on Netflix. Like as an MMA fan, to your point as well, it provides competition. Maybe not long term, but at least for this weekend.
Oh, and I'm thrilled for the likes of Saladin, for the likes of Muhammad Mokaev, for Adriano Moraes, who haven't gotten a platform like this. Mokaev obviously was in the UFC, but Parnasse certainly hasn't. Moraes, very long time. You know, he did have those fights on Turner a few years back, feels like an eternity ago, and other fighters who are getting this type of platform. I'm fascinated to find out what the viewership numbers will look like, because we've had a bit of a taste, right? We know what Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson did. We know what Canelo versus Crawford did. We know what Taylor versus Serrano 3 did. We know what Jake versus... If we can even get into that vicinity of I don't know, Jake versus AJ, like we're talking 20, 30 million type of people, like that would be insane for the sport. That would be by far the most watched card in the history of the sport. It would just be huge. Love the fact that Netflix isn't just interested in the world of boxing, and they're doing all these fun things. They've got opening day tomorrow, but finally coming over to the MMA side is just super exciting. Here's Saladin Parnasse reacting on Twitter or X to the news that he is joining this particular card. It's official. I'm signing with MVP, and I'll be making my debut in the United States on Netflix's very first MMA card in history. Kid from Aubervilliers. I've worked every day to reach this level. After conquering Europe, now it's time to set out to conquer the world. I'll be ready. There he is. Saladin's going to join us tomorrow on the program. My first time talking to him. I'm very excited about just his involvement and the fact that they got this done. And PT brought up a good point. The fact that these cards, at least for now, are one-offs. You can get these opportunities. You can fight and then maybe go back. Now let's see. Let's see what the future is as far as this is concerned, as far as MVP is concerned with MMA and Netflix and all that stuff. But this is very exciting stuff.
Something you said there, I think is a great point, how like it could be 20, 30 million people watching this, how great that would be for the sport. In a time that feels like everyone's kind of poo-pooing MMA, especially the UFC right now, just like the cards are shit and everything. If you can do a Khamzat Chimaev main event into the Netflix card, a month later do the White House card, and then potentially have Conor McGregor International Fight Week, that is a massive 2-month span for the sport of MMA.
Gigantic. Not to mention whatever else is in between, but yes, like those are top tier, huge events that I feel like we've all been sort of anxiously awaiting, right? Thinking about, hoping for all that stuff and more. I did want to bring up one thing because I saw this in the aftermath of Nate's announcement. On Saturday, Dana White was asked about Nate signing with this particular, venture for the one-off deal. And I had already told you that Nate did speak to the UFC and that there was interest in bringing him back. There was no specific fight talks attached to those talks, but I thought it was notable that they did speak because when he left, it wasn't on the best of terms, and then he fights Jake Paul, and it seemed like at the time, there was once a time where they were like, hey, you left, God bless you, good luck, thanks for everything. And now the fact that they were interested in speaking, I thought was very, very notable. There were some reports that said him signing with MVP closed the door on him ever going back to the UFC. I refuted that. I had not heard that. Here's what Dana had to say.
Nate signed to fight under the Gina Carano Ronda fight. Have you had a conversation with him about bringing him back to the UFC before that all thing happened?
Yeah, he came in and met with me a couple weeks ago. We had a good time, and I think Nate just got an offer he couldn't refuse. I haven't talked to him since then. But yeah, no, I'm happy for him.
Does that now rule out him coming back to the UFC now that he's done that?
Is he coming back?
Is that an issue for him to then come back to the UFC after that?
I don't know. I mean, let him do his thing, and then let's see how the fight plays out, and we'll see what happens.
I don't think Dana's lying there. I think if Nate Diaz looks phenomenal and beats up Mike Perry and chokes him out, whatever, I think the UFC would be interested in bringing him back. I don't see why this would close the door. You know, obviously Ronda and Dana have, one assumes still a good relationship, but like they let her walk to the other side of the street. And so I don't think anyone's going to be banned. I don't think anyone's going to, like, you think Aline Pereira is going to be banned from signing with the UFC after this particular fight? No, that's not going to happen. But this is
I totally agree with you, right? But does it increase Nate's price in the marketplace, right? Does this now go? Nate Diaz has all this exposure. He's back in the public eye. Let's say he gets a big win over Mike Perry. When you now go back to the negotiating table with the UFC, are you now a more valuable commodity?
100%.
Which then changes that
100%. 100%. That's why it's worth the risk, right? You think you're going to win. You go there. Look at what it did for AJ. You become a bigger star now, if that's even possible. And now you ask for more money. Why you would want to sign a long-term deal at this stage of your life would be beyond me. The sport is getting really interesting. The landscape is getting interesting. The media landscape is getting interesting. Everything's getting more interesting. Why you would want to lock yourself up is beyond me. He has that ability. He has that freedom. But yeah, whatever they were talking about a few weeks ago before he signed would definitely change come May 17th, May 18th, if he beats Mike Perry. I do want to bring up one thing, though, because it seems like they're not just hitting singles right now. They're hitting doubles, they're hitting triples, they're hitting home runs on the boxing side and the MMA side, but it can't always be positive. And I did see one thing that I thought was a massive blunder, and it makes me scratch my head, and I do wonder why he's taking this approach. I'm talking about Jake Paul. He was talking to Sky Sports yesterday in anticipation of their big MVPW debut on April 5th in London. Ellie Scottney, Caroline Dubois, Terry Harper, etc., Chantel Cameron. It's a big show. It's a great show. It's on Easter Sunday. Pizza, you know, Sky Sports loves to put on a big fight card on Easter Sunday after the football. And here's Jake Paul talking about Francis Ngannou, who is going to be fighting on his card on May 16th in a big-time fight against Philippe Lins, who's one of the biggest stars on this card. Here is what Jake Paul had to say.
Francis Ngannou was talking a lot of smack. I think that's an easy fight for me. I think he's a terrible boxer, and I maybe want to go back up to heavyweight and knock him out like Joshua did, and render him unconscious. And he knows I lasted longer than him against Joshua, and didn't get put out. So I think he maybe wouldn't do the fight because I think deep down he would not want to get embarrassed. So to me, that's a fun one on the list.
This is a massive, massive blunder. This is a massive blunder, and I understand that it's awkward to be an active fighter and a promoter. But right now, Jake Paul is a promoter. He has no fights. I understand he's trying to plant a seed. The fighter part of his brain is taking over. You're trying to tell the public you need to watch on May 16th because you're going to see the lineal MMA heavyweight champion of the world. You're going to see one of the baddest men on the planet compete. You cannot be telling them that he's an awful boxer. You cannot be telling them that he's afraid of you. What? Say that after the fight if you want. If you want to build. Francis is not fighting Jake between now and May 16th. He's not fighting him in June or July either. Why would you, as the face of this whole thing, and I obviously know Nikisa is very much involved as well, why would you, as the face, tell the world that this guy is afraid of you, that this guy is an awful boxer? I know he's doing MMA, but this is demoting him, man. You have to understand, you are the promoter. You are the guy that is trying to prop these people up. Don't let your ego, don't let the fighter side of your brain take over the promoter side. The promoter side is way too important right now. You're on the precipice of doing something great in two sports. Forget about that narrative. Forget about that talk. You can address that after the fact. Address it at the post-fight press conference. But I saw this and I was like, this is one of your biggest names on the card. You're telling the world he's a bum? You're telling the world that he's afraid of you? You're telling the world that he can't fight, that he can't box, that you can do what AJ did and worse to him? Didn't understand that. Didn't like that. Didn't get it. Makes no sense. And I can't imagine anyone involved on the MVP side of thing would be like, yeah, that's the way to build up interest in this. What are you doing? Someone needs to have a chat. I get it. It's the ego. It's the fighter. I get that. But you need to check that guy at the door, that part of your brain at the door, and allow the promoter side. You're there as a promoter. You're doing media for this show on April 5th as a promoter. You have another show on April 17th. You're promoting that. Then you've got May 16th. You've got May 30th. Promote these fighters. This is going to be your legacy now. This is going to be bigger than anything you did in the ring. If you're actually able to get this off the ground and make it a viable fight entity that is a success in both boxing and MMA, which as of right now, no one's done. UFC obviously trying to do it right now, but no one's actually done it.
Not for nothing, but even ignore the idea. Like, totally agree with what you're saying. Even ignore that for 1 second. This is like bad promotion 101. And Jake Paul is typically, and Nikisa and everybody involved in MVP are usually very sharp when it comes to this. Why shit on Francis to start? If you want to box him, build him the way you did AJ. He's a megastar. He's a Goliath. He's going to knock me out. He's supposed to knock me out. But guess what? Unlike what happened with AJ, I'm going to upset the apple cart. I'm going to knock him the fuck out. Like, that's how you sell that anyway. You don't sell that with, like, Francis is not a good boxer. Like, that doesn't work even if you're looking ahead to that fight. So it doesn't work on multiple levels, in my opinion.
Could not agree more. You're 100% right. This is what we said regarding Tommy Fury. All Tommy Fury said leading up to the Jake fight way back when was, this guy's a bum. And then when he won the fight, he's crying like he had just won the heavyweight championship of the world. Promoting 101. Actually, Paul Heyman told me about this a long time ago. Build up your opponent so that when you beat them, it looks even better. You're now planting seeds in everyone's mind that, hey, you're the giant killer. You could do this. Not that, hey, I just beat a bum because you just spent the last 2 months telling us this guy was a bum. So you couldn't be more right. So on many levels, on many fronts, it's a blunder.
He just did it with AJ successfully, by the way. That sold the fight.
Yeah.
He kept saying, like, this guy's Goliath, I'm going to slay him, and it worked. Everybody wanted to see that.
What's that, PT?
I was like, how about he says all this, but he's like, I think Felipe Len's going to beat him. Have you seen this guy fight, Felipe Lenz? This guy's got something, like that's what we need him to promote right now. Like we need him to place a seed in the casual audience's mind that
would be
Lenz
one way
is an
to
active
salvage
dog
it.
here.
Yeah, that would be one way to salvage it, 100%. I am seeing something here. Some breaking news. This is courtesy of Mike Vaughn, or MMA Junkie. Well, Mike Vaughn is MMA Junkie. That, all right, so we're getting big fights. We're getting big stages, big spotlights. I don't know if PT's seen this. PT, have you seen this?
I have not seen this.
Perfect. Okay, take it down. PT. Kyoji Horiguchi, Manel Cap. Where's the perfect place? Where's the perfect place for this main event?
Definitely Japan.
Yeah, give me a location.
Saitama Superdome?
Yeah,
Tokyo?
Super Arena, Tokyo Dome. These are two separate entities. Tokyo Dome, Saitama Super Arena. But yes, you're right. Tokyo, Saitama, perfect place. Perfect place for it. Where's it happening? GC, tell PT where it's happening.
Oh, it's the dream
Look
venue.
at this.
The dream
look at your
venue,
sweatshirt.
baby.
It's perfect. Look at your sweatshirt.
It fits perfect.
Lies.
The Saitama Super Apex.
Yeah.
We're going to the desert, baby. Meta Apex. Top Horiguchi 2. Fucking nailed it.
Desert, baby.
Nailed it. God, I love it. I love it. We're going to Japan. We're trying to break into this market. We got 2 stars right here. Cop, a name. They fought last time in Japan.
Horiguchi.
I got an even better idea.
Yes.
Let's put it at the fucking Apex.
Yes.
Meta Apex.
6 days after the White House card, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be the next thing. Imagine you were going to Japan. You could promote that on Paramount Plus, on CBS. You can use the White House card to promote it at the Apex. Golly.
Michael Venom Page's walkout song comes to mind immediately.
That is a kick in the balls. Now, this is according to Mike Vaughn. I've not asked anyone about this, but I presume it's correct. This just happened right now. It takes the soul out of you, right?
Takes the piss is what it does.
I mean, actually, though, like we get Uros Medic getting unbelievable finishes, getting on the mic and being like, I want to fight a UFC Serbia. We're going to Belgrade. You get these guys being like, Tokyo. If we're going back to Japan, I'm a bigger draw in Japan. And the UFC is just like, I got an even better idea.
There's a guy named Barel La Pierna on Twitter who just posted a picture. This is where Horiguchi and Cap first fought, and it's like a zoomed out pic of them in Ryzen. Massive, crowd. And now this is where they're actually going to fight again, and it's at the freaking Apex.
What a time to be alive, boys.
I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it.
The parking lot's meant to be savage, though, the new spaces there.
Yeah, I heard that they've got new urinals and stuff, and
but they literally are taking the piss.
Yeah.
You're right.
No lines for the urinals either.
No lines.
That's
the
one
merch
of the drawbacks.
They broke the merch record recently. Did you guys hear that?
The Apex merch record?
Yeah. Dana said, like, for Zuffa Boxing 3, they broke the previous merch record for Zuffa Boxing 2.
Well, get ready.
Like, we're actually doing that.
Like someone's coming for the record. You know what I'm saying?
Good for
Someone's
you.
going for that record. Huge.
By the way, we didn't bring this up yesterday. Why did he need an English translator for English questions over the weekend?
I mean, that's classic, Dana. But
Ask
what is that?
PT. Ask a question. Ask a question right now, and you'll be like, I don't know, who's next for Chanel Dyer, right? You ask it in your accent. Go ahead.
Dana, just who do you think's next for Chanel Dyer?
What? And then he'll look to the Russian translator, who does a great job. Next for Chanel Dyer? Who'd be next for Chanel Dyer? Ah, yeah, the accent.
In fairness, it was an Irish dude who asked that question. It was Lewis Thompson of TalkSport. So I think his thick Northern Irish accent just.
I don't understand. How could that be? It's either you can hear or you can hear. And are the accents that thick? Not really.
The heavy lean over too, over the table. What was that?
I will say his forearms look fucking beastly. Whatever pose he takes up when he's like this.
He does the thing where he makes love to the microphone, and he's like, "How many times do I have to tell you?" And you could see him like, "I'm gonna break it because my Oh wow, that was quick."
Arms are looking fucking nice.
Yeah, but it's even sometimes like it's even thicker. Like it's like the grip is even tighter.
Also, that face is
We're
of a
literally
man
beating up babies
who has no idea what the person is asking right now. He cannot hear that person for shit.
Dana, Mason Jones. Dana, can you tell us about Mason Jones? How great his fight was? What was that? Mason Jones, Dana. How great was his fight?
Kid made a lot of money.
It's a great fight. Set the tone.
What did he say? Is Mozart next for the title? I'm not even thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
Guy just fought. I'm still coming down from it.
That always cracks me up too. It's like, what do you mean you're not thinking about that? Wouldn't that be what
They only make the points on Tuesdays, Ariel. Come on, how many times do you need to hear it, man?
Get back with the boys. It's like the same hits every time.
We're locking
I'm
ourselves.
too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
They're gonna lock themselves in a room.
We're locking ourselves in the war room, and we're hammering out Mo Sarvaloyev versus Alexander Volkanovski.
We need
Beating up babies.
We need to like figure it all out. First we need to figure it all out. We need to, You would think they'd be like 2-3 steps ahead, right? If this guy wins, then we want to do this, but I guess they don't. I guess they don't do it like that. I did see speaking of taking the piss, I saw a great video of Alex Volkanovski. Credit to Alex Volkanovski, by the way. I mean, Alex Volkanovski is truly the last of a dying breed because he's out there saying like, no, give me the toughest guy. Here's what Alex Volkanovski had to say about the Movsar John Silva situation and also about the current matchmaking in the UFC. Got to say, tip my cap to the guy telling it like it is. Take a look.
So we'll see what happens, see what the UFC says. I'm pretty sure they're on the same page. They know I wanted Movsar. I've wanted Movsar the whole time because he's been number one contender the whole time. And I have fought other people to do the UFC a solid. But now I feel like we're just taking the piss and then we're just going against what combat and martial arts has always been about. It's the best, and that's what I've always thought UFC is about as well. We're the best fight the best. We've always talked about boxing and all that, not doing that, but UFC have. And we always have. Let's not start changing that now, right? Like I want to fight the best because I want, again, I fight for my family. That's always number one. But legacy does play a big part. Fighting Movsar is a tougher fight and it's going to look way better on the resume and for my legacy than, to be honest, a Lerone Murphy, even if Lerone Murphy won, a Silva, a Lopez. Who else is there? Aljamain Sterling. Obviously, Aljamain Sterling's another guy that's right up there, a next champion and all that, but Movsar beat him, you know what I mean? So it just shows you that this guy is the guy and we'll make that happen.
How great is that, PT? How great is that? First of all, the usage of taking the piss, but also this is the guy who's like, come on, man. Like, could we just, it's right there. Just make the freaking fight. I mean, come on. What are we doing here? I love that.
Need everyone to start talking like that, honestly. It's just.
He's the only one. Other guys are like, the UFC will tell me what to do. I don't pick the fights. This guy's like, no, come on, please. Can you just give me the dude? It's great. You could actually kind of feel like he's a little bit frustrated, right? That's what I got from that.
I think everyone's frustrated with this. Like, not knowing what any fight means, thinking that a guy like Evloev wins that fight, whoever wins that fight, naturally should have been the contender. But we have these questions. And I still do. Like, we're about to hear from John Silva. People love this guy. He's a ball of energy. He fights in a very fan-friendly way. Who knows? Like, I personally, sorry, John, I think Evloev should get the shot. And I thought he should have got the shot when he beat Arnold Allen. I thought he should have got the shot when he beat Aljamain Sterling. Alternatively, I thought Lerone Murphy. Went ahead of him with the Aaron Pico knockout. But this isn't what it is. This used to be the stick that Dana White beat boxing with. They don't make the best fights, but that's where we are at now in 2026 with the UFC.
Here's Movsar taking to Twitter yet again. He's been on fire as of late. I don't know how he has all this time to be to write, all these tweets. Here he is talking about the haters, I do believe.
Oh, no.
Yep, there's a lot of hater talk right now from Movsar, which sounds somewhat familiar. But anyway, this is for all my haters. A couple of the opponents I beat had a lot to say about me, and they weren't very nice. A couple of the others were respectful. Either way, love me or hate me, I'm going to be a champion, and you will not. I'm only focused on winners. Losers stay focused on winners, and you already lost. I mean, I've never heard him speak like that, but maybe, you get a little bit...
mean girls.
Yeah.
Energy.
Yeah. One last quick thing on this whole situation. Lerone Murphy did reveal that he tore his hip flexor in the 4th round of the fight on Saturday. Here he is, tore my hip flexor in round 4, back in no time, getting a little bit of a freeze there. That doesn't seem very fun. So that's the story as far as Lerone Murphy is concerned. For now, though, let us say hello to our first guest of the day, and he's the man that we were just talking about, Lord John Silva. He was in attendance on Saturday, wanted to get a front row seat, has been making his very strong case to be next, not Movsar, not the winner of that fight. Let's see what he has to say about everything and then some. He's kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hello, John. How are you? Bom dia, obrigado.
Olá, Jean. Bom dia, obrigado.
Fala, Ariel, tudo bem, Ariel? Bom dia, aqui já é boa tarde. Obrigado pelo convite, mais uma vez a gente está aqui. Bora criar umas polêmicas aí.
Thank you, Ariel, for having me. Good morning. As a matter of fact, for us, it's good afternoon out here. I'm really glad for the invitation. Thanks for having me here.
And of course, thank you to our friend Everton for helping us out with the interpretation. Obrigado to you. Boa tarde, or maybe I should say, is it boa tarde? There it is. Yeah. Okay, John, let me ask you, let's get into it. What were your thoughts on the fight on Saturday? The main event, you were there, you watched it, Movsar Lerone. What did you think of the fight, and who do you think won the fight?
E aí, Jean, o que você fala para mim da luta? Você estava lá, você assistiu o Movsar Lerone. O que você achou dessa luta? Fala aí para nós.
Uma boa pergunta. Cara, assisti a luta. Eu gostei de ver o Evloev tentando se testar em pé. Não achei um ponto muito forte, porque ele se testou em pé com o Lerone Murphy, que na minha opinião não tem muito punch na mão. Não é um cara que pega forte, né? Então não achei mérito suficiente para se testar. Eu acho que ele deveria ter se testado com outros caras. Talvez Zano Dialli, talvez Diego Lopes, ter saído na mão, né? Não ter usado o grappling. Mas achei boa, apesar de eu ter achado a vitória dele um pouco contestável, né? Para mim tinha que ter sido no mínimo um empate, né? No mínimo. Mas acho que foi uma boa luta, não para um title shot eliminator, mas uma boa luta.
I think overall it was a good fight. I like to see the fact that he tried the standing game. I don't think in my evaluation he didn't have much of a punch power there. I don't think he got that much merit to stand. Maybe he should have stuck to grappling. I think maybe he could have used the testing, the standing with some other guys like Diego Lopes, for example. But overall, it was a good fight. I think personally, the victory could be contested. I think it was closer to a tie, but overall, it was good.
I agree with you. I thought it was 47-47. I thought he won 3 rounds to 2, Movsar, but with the point deduction, 47-47. I did see you tweet, and it seemed like in attendance, you implied that you were bored, that you thought it was a boring fight. There it is. Would that be a fair thing to say that you thought it was a boring fight?
Eu vi, também concordo com você que achei que foi um empate ali, mas eu vi que você colocou no tweet ali que achou que foi um pouco monótona a luta. É isso aí mesmo? Você achou ela monótona?
Achei bastante, né? Eu achava que seria... É que é difícil pegar um grappling do nível do Evloev, que é muito bom, mas ele nunca tá chegado perto de finalizar uma luta e de repente ele tenta se testar em pé com um cara que não tô desmerecendo, cada um tem o seu mérito, essa é só a minha visão, e ter testado o seu strike com um cara que, na minha opinião, não lutou com caras duros, né? A única luta dura que ele pegou foi contra o Evloev e o Evloev ainda assim se testou em pé com ele. Então, por esse motivo, achei a luta bem monótona assim. Parecia que o Leonard Murphy tinha treinado só defesa de queda e esqueceu do resto. E mesmo com isso, na minha opinião, tinha que ter sido dado empate ou vitória pro Leonard Murphy. Então, foi monótono.
Yeah, I thought it was quite boring, really. I think he shouldn't be trying that, with this guy. I think overall, Murphy looked like he had just, practiced on defending against, a takedown or something like that. Overall, I think the fight was quite boring, honestly.
You had said before that you were invited by Dana White and Hunter Campbell to attend the event and that you would give them the contract, a signed contract to fight Alex Volkanovski. Can you tell us more about this? Did they invite you in order for you to, to be announced as the next guy? What was the situation? What was the deal between you and them?
Você tinha falado que teve um convite aí do Dana White, mais uma pessoa aí, que você participou de um evento e assinou um contrato, seria para o Volkanovski. Você pode contar para a gente sobre isso?
Posso sim. Eu compareci em um evento em Las Vegas e conversei com o Dana, assim como o Dana faz com todos os outros atletas que estão em evidência. E ele falou que tinha que me levar para Londres, né, para assistir ao do Leonard Murphy. Então foi o que eu fiz, tanto através do convite dele mesmo, pessoalmente, e eu fui para lá para assistir a luta deles. E, bom, a gente conversou sim sobre o cinturão, obviamente, né? É coisa que estava em pauta, mas foi um assunto mais interno assim mesmo, mas foi uma ótima conversa.
Yeah, I did attend an event back out in Las Vegas. Dana asked to speak to me, and he invited me to go with him to London to watch the fight, Murphy's fight. And I definitely took the invitation. Throughout the time, we did obviously speak about the belt. That's a conversation that is, that's a topic that's in my mind. And we did talk about it, but those conversations are still being kept privately for now.
So as of right now, here we are 3 days later. Do you think that you are next in line to fight Alex Volkanovski for the title?
Então, como está hoje aqui, 3 dias depois, você acredita que você é o próximo em linha para disputar o cinturão?
Cara, vamos lá. Principalmente por esse convite do Hunter, para eu poder ir assistir a luta deles de perto ali, acho que tem esse desejo para que eu me torne campeão, né? É visível o quão é perigoso o Evloev se tornar campeão para a organização, certo? É muito visível. É um cara que tem... Cara, ele, se eu não me engano, ele tem 11 ou 10 lutas canceladas dentro do UFC, entende? Você imagina um campeão tendo esse tipo de comportamento dentro de uma organização que, querendo ou não, a categoria gira em torno dele, né? A categoria gira em torno dos campeões, porque é onde todo mundo quer chegar. E sim, eu tenho certeza que eu vou disputar o cinturão, sabe? Eu tenho total certeza. Eu tenho a fórmula completa que o UFC precisa. Eu entendo que o UFC não é uma liga... Eu entendo que o UFC hoje é uma liga esportiva, como sempre foi, né? Mas ele também é um promotor de show, e no final de tudo isso, vai finalizar o dia em torno da audiência, né? Em torno do interesse, a entrega, quantas pessoas vão parar para assistir. Hoje, eu particularmente, não assinaria a Paramount para assistir uma luta do Evo Leve pelo cinturão. Isso é uma grande verdade, né? Porque ele não tem mão nem para machucar o Volkanovski, então o Volkanovski não precisaria defender os golpes dele, mas sim defender queda. Então hoje, na divisão até 66 quilos, ninguém reúne o que eu reúno, sabe? Tipo, a performance dentro e fora do octógono, de vender luta, de falar, sabe? Tipo, vamos ser sinceros, quem realmente faz o que eu faço, sabe? Fazer o fã parar para assistir uma disputa de cinturão? Eu. Quem gera expectativa real? Eu. Quem cria uma história? Eu. Isso tudo eu faço, sabe? É uma grande realidade. Então, não existe um outro nome na divisão que gera tanto interesse para um evento, para uma Paramount, do que eu, sabe? É meio difícil de colocar sobre méritos, sobre essas coisas assim de você ser o próximo a disputar o campeão e o porquê, sabe? Eu entendo, você pode gostar de mim ou não. Isso não muda os fatos. Eu tenho, eu tenho 20 lutas, no total, assim, da vida, né? E é a mesma coisa que o Evloev tem. O Evloev tem 20 lutas, 20 vitórias. Isso é um número absurdo, sabe? É um número incrível, não dá para se negar. Eu sei disso. Mas não tem como colocar um mérito esportivo para quem não compete o esporte. Tipo, ele luta uma vez no ano, entende? Então eu tenho toda essa narrativa dentro do UFC, entende? Então, sabe, eu tenho 20 lutas, irmão, e finalizei 15. Essa é a grande real. Eu não entro ali pra pontuar, eu não entro ali pra, acabar por ponto, sabe? Eu entro ali pra nocautear e finalizar, não importa como vai ser. Isso define quem eu sou. É isso que o fã quer ver. O fã quer parar pra ver isso, sabe? Pô, a ESPN pagava 250 milhões pro UFC por ano. Hoje a Paramount paga 1,1 milhão por ano pro UFC. Tudo por conta dos números, tudo por conta do engajamento, sabe? E eu vou proporcionar isso, eu sei disso, sabe? Eu contra o Volkanovski, eu quero fazer a maior luta da história, sabe? Quero o Volkanovski ali no meio, apontando pro meio, quero o Volkanovski como antes, de falar, de brigar, sair na porrada, aquele cara, não como um velho hoje que tenta lutar com o cara pra não se machucar, entende? Pra ter uma luta fácil. Eu acredito mesmo, eu acredito que mereça essa disputa de cinturão, porque juntos, eu e o Volkanovski, sendo bem sincero, podemos promover uma luta como nunca visto antes, sabe? Mas para isso eu preciso que o Volkanovski aceite entrar lá dentro comigo. Essa é a grande realidade. Entende? Então hoje, por isso que eu tô nessa briga aí. É mais ou menos isso, sabe?
Everton, God bless you. You got all that? That might have been the longest answer. God bless you. I can't wait to hear the answer here.
So I think it's really a dangerous game to let somebody like Movsar to be a champion in the league, because you got to think about it. The whole thing revolves around the whole section there revolves around the champion. Like the fights is all about the champion, who's going to have the next chance to be the champion. And out of all of these fights that he has, Movsar has got like 10 or 11 cancellations, I think, at this point. Mm-hmm. And that just wouldn't look good. You know what I'm saying? I think if you look at it, I actually do have all the components, the formula for, what a UFC champion should be. This is more than just a fighting championship. This is a sports league. So, whoever's there, whoever's in the front, whoever's in the lead, that person's got to be able to bring the viewership. You got to, be able to promote the event. And I think, it's partly about that. It's about audience interest. You have to really make sure that you're bringing this in. I don't think, I personally wouldn't sign up for Paramount to, just to watch Movsar's fight for the belt. I don't think nobody should do that, because you just don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I mean, at the end of it, you talk about experience, you talk about history, whatever it is. I'm the guy who actually brings it in. I'm the name out there. There's no other name that could do it as well as I could. You know, I give merit to all the guys who've been there, the guys who are there now. But, you know, push comes to shove, that's what it's got to be. You got to be able to bring the viewership. You know, ESPN used to bring $250 million to pay $250 for UFC. Now Paramount's paying $1.1 million. You got to make sure that money is well spent. You got to make sure that you're bringing the interest to the viewership. You generate that interest, and I think I can do that. And I think if I get Volkanovski, you know, between everything that happens pre-fight until we get to the point of the fight, we are going to be the ones who actually bring that for the viewership.
Eu convidei o Volkanovski para essa conversa hoje porque eu gosto dele, eu respeito a história que ele construiu no esporte, quem ele representa, né? Ele não representa ele representa o esporte, né? O UFC, todas as outras modalidades. Eu queria esse momento com ele hoje aqui, né? Realmente, tipo, frente a frente, para eu entender uma coisa, tá? Por que ele acha que eu não mereço essa luta? Eu vi uns pronunciamentos dele na internet, eu queria saber realmente por que ele acha, sabe? O que mais me chamou a atenção foi ouvir ele dizer que quer passar a última luta da carreira dele defendendo quedas. Sinceramente, isso é estranho. Não é isso que os fãs, tipo, que amam ele realmente querem ver, sabe? Eu sei que não é isso que os caras que amam o Volkanovski querem ver. Então, sendo bem sincero, se for pra dividir o octógono com ele, que seja de verdade, sabe? Que aponte pro centro, troca golpe, tipo, sem fugir, sem amarrar. Eu quero uma luta estilo BMF, sabe? Estilo BMF mesmo. Os dois indo pra frente, trocando murro. Igual o Volkanovski que eu conheci quando eu via lutando. Essa é a luta que eu quero, sabe? E assim, essa luta tem um gostinho a mais pra mim. Não só pra mim, mas pro Brasil, sabe? Se ele vencer a próxima luta, ele passa o José Aldo. E pra mim, ele não é melhor que o José Aldo. Isso não é só pessoal. Isso é algo que o Brasil sente, sabe? E outra coisa, ninguém quer ver isso acontecer. E honestamente, não tem ninguém melhor que eu pra impedir. Sendo bem sincero. Irmão, eu não tô aqui pra jogar seguro. Eu tô aqui pra fazer história e pra dar ao público o que eles merecem. E defender o legado do nosso campeão aqui do Brasil. E ele sabe que ele corre isso comigo. Se não for pra ser desse jeito, pra gente dividir o octógono e não for desse jeito, cara, eu peço para que o Volkanovski nem toque mais meu nome, nem fale meu nome. Ele siga aí a ideia dele fazer a última luta dele defendendo queda durante 25 minutos. Então, na verdade, quem não merece tocar no meu nome é ele. Porque eu sou um cara de verdade. Eu vou lá pra sair na porrada. Até mesmo na minha única derrota dentro do UFC, eu saí com bônus e ainda cogitam de ser a luta do ano, sabe? Então, irmão, eu não sei mais o que o Volkanovski quer dizer. Hoje ele tá parecendo um velho, literalmente, correndo. Não tô desmerecendo, estou dizendo que é o que parece, sabe? Não quer se machucar. Eu entendo. A idade chega pra todo mundo, vai chegar pra mim, só que ainda não chegou pra mim.
So I understand, you know, I want to take this moment here to actually pose this question to Volkanovski. Why does he think I don't deserve the fight? I mean, he's talking about it out there, but I just don't get it. You know, I really want to bring a real fight. You know, he's mentioned that the fact that he wants to go down on his last fight, you know, avoiding takedowns and, you know, down to his last fight. And I think that's just not good. You know, this whole fight would have an extra meaning for me and even for Brazil, because if he wins, he's gonna pass Jose Aldo, and I really don't think he's better than Jose Aldo. So, you know, nobody better to stop him than I. You know, I can actually defend that legacy for Jose Aldo, for Brazil. And I really want to bring a real fight. I don't want to go to the octagon and just, you know, be running around or defending takedowns or things like that. But I want to bring a real fight. I want to have some strikes and do all the work that actually makes it interesting. You know, right now, honestly, I don't want to, you know, badmouth him or anything, but he looks like an old man running around. I mean, I know age is going to come for every one of us. hasn't come for me yet. Here I am for him.
So not to speak on Alex's behalf, but just based on what he said this morning and also after the fight on Saturday, it seems like his feeling is Movsar has won the most fights in a row, 10 in a row, and he's beaten the likes of Aljamain Sterling, Diego Lopez, Arnold Allen, etc. You know, some big names. And so that's why he feels like he deserves the shot next, because he feels like it should be a meritocracy. It should be who's the guy with the most wins in a row, et cetera, et cetera. What is your response to that? Based on just the sport aspect, not who's going to bring the most exciting fight or who's the bigger name. From a sporting aspect, it feels like he wants to keep it in line with how it's always been, which is this guy's won the most fights in a row against the best opponents. He should be next. What is your response to that?
Eu não quero aqui falar necessariamente no nome do Alex, mas o que ele disse ultimamente foi que ele realmente acredita que tem que ser de acordo com o que tem sido, entendeu? O cara que, né, nesse caso o Movsar, que ganhou a maioria das lutas, ele, né, ganhou do Diego Lopes, Arnold Allen, todos esses caras aí. Então, para seguir essa sequência, teria que ser ele, né, para manter esse aspecto da liga de estar lutando contra o cara que tem tido o melhor desempenho. Essa é a proposta que ele tem colocado. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Cara, por que ele não falou isso quando foi lutar as 2 vezes com o Diego? Sendo que o Diego já perdeu pro Evloev. Essa narrativa dele não faz muito sentido, sendo bem sincero, porque de lá pra cá eu acho que o Evloev lutou 4 vezes. Desde que o Diego perdeu pra ele, e o Diego disputou o cinturão 2 vezes. Entende? Na minha opinião, ele só não quer se machucar e é uma luta mais fácil pra ele, sendo mais sincero. E eu acho que é capaz de nocautear o Evloev. Essa é real. Mas assim, como um campeão de verdade, ele sabe que se o Evloev ganhar dele, a categoria para. É só olhar os números. Quantas lutas o Evloev tem no UFC e quantos anos ele tá no UFC, cara. Isso aí é bizarro. Evloev já teve 11 lutas canceladas do UFC, sabe? Eu tô pensando no UFC, sendo bem sincero. Tô pensando no Volkanovski, principalmente nos fãs. Imagina, promover Volkanovski e Evloev por 2 meses. E o cara sai da luta. Pra quem que o UFC vai ligar? Pra mim. Então por que já não fazer isso agora? Sem risco de cancelar o main event, sem certeza, sabe? Só uma luta grande, segura, que os fãs vão realmente parar pra ver, cara. Sabe? E mais, o Volkanovski merece uma disputa à altura, sabe? Uma luta grande de verdade. Essa é a luta a se fazer. 2 carecas saindo na porrada, sabe? Eu fico bem triste, assim, de pensar que o cara que eu sempre acompanhei, sempre fui fã, sabe? Sempre, desde antes de eu estrear no UFC, eu já acompanho o cara. Antes de estrear no profissional, eu acompanho o cara pelo jeito que ele lutava. Um cara que era ex-jogador de rugby. E hoje ele tá querendo encerrar a carreira dele defendendo queda. Cara, vai lutar o wrestling, entendeu? Vai se testar no wrestling, é isso que ele quer fazer? Ele quer testar o wrestling dele? Vai testar no wrestling. Porque ele tá achando o quê? Que ele vai sentir a mão do Evloev? Lógico que não, pô. Sabe? Eu acho que não é sobre isso, sabe? Eu acho que não é sobre isso, sendo bem sincero. E sim que ele não, sabe? Sobre que ele não quer lutar comigo, sabe? Por que ele não falou isso antes? Só agora? Tipo, porque eu perdi pro Diego? Não tive muita chance na luta do Diego de mostrar. Eu cometi um erro, o Diego capitalizou em cima e depois eu tava bem e o Diego capitalizou em cima de outro erro, sabe? Mesmo assim, é bônus na noite e sujeito a ser luta do ano. É sério que eu ainda não tô conseguindo acreditar que o Volkanovski tá querendo fazer uma luta de 25 minutos defendendo queda. Mano, eu respeito muito tudo que ele criou, o que ele tá fazendo dentro do UFC. Ele criou um legado, e ele vai simplesmente finalizar com defesa de quedas. Por favor, eu acho que Volkanovski, irmão, para com isso, brother. Se você acha tão fácil ganhar de mim como se for na internet, vamos lá, pô, vamos sair na porrada, eu e você. Eu e você, irmão. Eu e você. Eu te falo uma coisa, se você ganhar de mim, eu saio do UFC. Te prometo isso. Mas vamos lá, vamos sair na porrada. Isso é tão bom, já que você disse que é tão fácil ganhar de mim. Mas agora você quer encerrar a tua carreira, irmão. Eu que sou teu fã, não... Infelizmente, sou teu fã, mas tá na minha frente. E você quer encerrar defendendo queda? E outra, você nunca nem ligou pro UFC e nem liga, né? Porque se você sabe que o Evlive vai ganhar o cinturão e vai sumir com o cinturão, não vai mais lutar, aquele cara que eu vi na TV não é realmente o que eu imaginava.
I don't know what to say really about that, because he didn't use that same that same reasoning when he had to fight with Diego. You know, when Diego lost to Evoliva for a couple times. I just think you just gotta really think about the whole category. If Movsar wins, the category just comes to a halt. You know, I've been following him on the UFC for many years, and it's just sad to see what it's come to. I mean, if you think about Movsar, 11 fights canceled. What is that going to do? You know, if this guy wins the belt's just going to go away. There's not going to be any more fights. So what does that do to anybody? I don't want us to spend like 2 months doing the promo for Volkanov and Movsar, and then, you know, come to the week before and they have to call me in because he couldn't make it. You know, I mean, it's just, he doesn't deserve it. You know, I really want to make this a real fight. You know, 2 ball guys striking. I was always a big fan of Volkanov way back when. I just think, you know, it's time for me to get a shot at this. You know, I really think he's really doesn't want to fight me. Maybe, you know, that's what it is. The fight that I lost to Diego, even though I lost that fight, it's still, you know, up for possibly being like the best fight of the year. And he's afraid of facing me. What does he want to do? 25 minutes, you know, defending against takedowns? I just think, you know, my message to Volkanov is let's just stop all the BS. Let's, you know, think straight about it. Let's go in. Let's exchange some strikes. And I'll say more. If you win, if Volkanov wins, I'll leave the UFC. That's what I'll say. I've been a fan, but you know what? Now it's time for it, and I'm willing to face.
Wow. I just want to ask you a couple more questions, and then I'll let you go. Kevin Vachejos, you have a history with him. He's doing really well. Is this someone that you're interested in the near future? Obviously, you want to fight for the belt, that you're interested in running it back with him, and did you expect him to do so well after you fought him a couple of years ago?
O Kevin Vacheiro, uma última pergunta aqui. Não sei se estou falando o nome certo. Kevin Vacheiro.
Vachejos.
Vachejos. Você...
Do you want me to say it again?
Sorry, yes.
No problem. I know it's been a lot. So obviously he's been doing very well since you beat him, and he would like to fight you at some point. I know that you are interested in fighting for the belt in the immediate future, but is this someone that you would be interested in fighting again? And at the same time, curious if you thought he would turn out to be so good after fighting him a couple of years ago.
Então, desde que você ganhou dele, ele tem tido um bom desempenho por aí. Então, queria saber se você tem essa possibilidade aí tem alguma vontade de lutar com ele novamente. E também uma segunda pergunta aqui é se você podia imaginar que ele estaria assim tão bem depois da luta que vocês tiveram, se você conseguia imaginar que ele tivesse essa ascensão que ele teve.
Cara, Kevin Valejo é um excelente atleta, tá? Eu acredito que se os casamentos de luta dele continuar sendo nessa altura de níveis, ele vai continuar ganhando. Assim como eu venho ganhando, tá? E sim, no futuro eu acho que a gente vai se trombar sim, vou defender o cinturão contra ele. É um moleque muito bom, muito bom. Eu acredito muito que ele vai continuar subindo. Se o casamento de luta for continuar nesse nível, porque tem alguns nomes ali no meio ali que eu acho que ele não passa não.
I honestly think Kevin is an excellent athlete. I think if the fight matches continue to be at the level that they are, he's going to continue winning. If they continue to be good, he's going to continue winning. But I do see that in the future, I could be defending a belt against him. I mean, he's good at what he does, and I could definitely see that happening in the future.
Okay, and could you clear
Ariel,
up? Yes.
eu tenho uma pergunta.
I have one question for you.
Please.
Pode falar.
Aaron Murphy contra o Volkanovski. Evoloev contra o Volkanovski. Jean Delors Silva contra o Volkanovski. Se você tivesse que assinar para Paramount para assistir essa luta, se você fosse assinar, qual das três te chamaria mais atenção?
One question for you. So if we had Murphy, Volkanovski, or Valiev, Volkanovski, or Jean, Volkanovski, which one of these fights would you sign up to see?
Which would be the most exciting? You versus Volkanovski would be the most exciting fight.
A mais empolgante seria você contra o Volkanovski, com certeza.
Hoje a gente tem um cara que late. Quando que o mundo ia pensar nisso?
Today we have a guy that is barking. When did the world think that would happen?
Yeah, no, I as far as pure entertainment, you are at the top of the list. There's no doubt about it. I understand and respect what Volkanovski is saying, because I think if you were someone who won 10 in a row, you would want that type of respect from the champion. I think he's handling it the right way, but if we're talking pure entertainment here, there's no debate to be had. There's no debate. Your fights have always entertained, even when you don't win the fight, like Diego Lopez. It's a great fight. It's one of the best fights of the year. So it's a killer be killed mentality, and I think that's why people like you. And I don't have anything against you trying to campaign for your spot, because, you know, it's your career, and that's why I wanted you on the show to talk about that, to give your side and to tell the world why you think you should be next. And I think that you have laid it out quite well. So I have no doubt about that. Do you feel in your heart you're going to get it? Do you feel like the UFC is going to go with you next for Volkanovski? What are you feeling right now?
Então, em termos de entretenimento, eu acredito sim, que seria a sua luta com ele, seria, sem dúvida nenhuma, seria mais o maior entretenimento que a gente poderia ter. Mas eu também, ao mesmo tempo, devo respeitar, porque se você estivesse nesse lugar, que você tivesse ganhado 10 lutas, qualquer um nesse lugar de ganhar 10 lutas seguidas ou o que for, você gostaria de ter esse respeito de quem estiver ali na posição de campeão, de estar, né, abrindo esse espaço para você tentar fazer essa disputa pelo cinturão. Mas, no final das contas, eu acho que tudo, né, deve encaminhar para isso acontecer. E o que eu queria saber de você é o que você está sentindo no seu coração, aí dentro. Você está sentindo que vai rolar essa luta, vai rolar essa disputa para você?
Eu sou o próximo, eu tenho certeza disso. Eu vou fazer tudo que tiver que fazer e muito mais, sabe? Eu respeito demais ambos os atletas. Evoloev, Volkanovski, todos os outros, todo mundo merece esse respeito. Mas eu sou o próximo, não importa, sabe? Sabe, Ariel, tipo, por que o Volkanovski não falou antes sobre merecimento? O que eu entendo é que ele não quer lutar comigo. Essa é a real. Ponto, é isso. Eu sou o próximo, cara. Se ele tiver coragem, ele realmente é o melhor de todos os tempos. Porque eu vou te falar uma coisa, Ariel. A hora que eu tiver com o cinturão, eu vou olhar pra categoria e falar, faz a fila e vem um de cada vez. O UFC mandou, eu vou lutar. O UFC mandou, eu vou lutar. Nunca vou gerar essa dúvida na cabeça do Hunter em decidir em quem lutar. Hunter, quem? Ele? Manda. Hunter, quem? Ele? Manda. Isso é um campeão, irmão. O campeão não fica escolhendo, não. O campeão não é fácil, não.
I think I am the next one. I'm certain of that. I'm going to do everything that I have to do and go beyond that, you know. I respect all of these athletes. Volkanovski, Movsar, all of them. I respect them. But thing is, I just think Volkanovski's trying to not fight me, and that's what it comes down to. I just think he's just trying to run from it, and I don't think that's good, And it's for that reason that I believe that I'm the next guy. If he has the courage, truly, if he's the best of all time, then that's me. He's got to fight me. I think this is the time for me to fight for the belt. I'll be looking, looking around. If I get to that position where I have the belt, you're not gonna come to me and say, what do you think about this fight? And I'm gonna say, no. You want to do this fight? Yes. Next one? Yes. I'm always gonna be up for it. Different from what might happen otherwise. It's not going to be an easy fight. I don't think so, but I think this would be the good one.
One last one for you, John. Can you clear the air for us? What happened between you and Mauricio Hufi? A lot of people went crazy that you unfollowed him. Is he no longer a part of the team? Is he no longer a part of Fighting Nerds? Are you no longer friends with him? And if so, why?
A última pergunta aqui, por que você parou de seguir o Maurício Hufi? Vocês estão com algum problema aí entre os dois? O que aconteceu? Explica pra gente aí.
Cara, acho que é isso. Não preciso explicar muita coisa, ele lá, eu cá. E é legal ter tocado nesse ponto. Olha que legal. O Volkanovski tem um Hufi lá, por que ele não aceita lutar comigo? Fica mais fácil pra ele, já que ele disse que já é fácil ganhar de mim. Vamos nessa, pô. No caso dessa luta aí. Mas entre o Hufi, cara, todo o respeito do mundo, é um grande atleta, acho fenomenal, com certeza vai ser o maior aí da categoria dele, eu tenho certeza, e tô torcendo por ele, tem uma família linda, mas foi bom ser tocado nesse ponto. Fico muito feliz por ele, por tudo. Cara, ele vai lutar contra o Mike Chandler, uma luta boa, Casa Branca, tô muito feliz por ele, muito mesmo.
So it's funny that you touch on that point. I don't have much to explain on that, but it's funny that you touch on that because that's another name, for Volkanovski to fight as well. So I just think, as far as Mauricio, I can say he's a good guy. I wish him happiness. I'm happy for the fact that he's going to be on the White House card. I wish him all the success, but that's really it.
Okay. Well, thank you, John.
Ele vai lutar contra o Mike Chandler, que é um wrestler sinistro. E tô bem ansioso para ver ele mostrando que ele não conseguiu mostrar na penúltima luta dele, a defesa de queda. Cara, ele defende queda igualzinho o Flávio Álvaro, que foi quem ensinou ele. Ele não teve oportunidade e ele vai ter a oportunidade agora de mostrar. E, cara, vocês vão ver o que o Maurício Hufi é sinistro. É sinistro. Esse moleque é sinistro. Desejo o melhor do mundo para ele, mas estamos em caminho diferente hoje.
He's going to have the chance to fight Chandler, and he's going to have the opportunity to show his takedown defense, which it's amazing. It's just something that's really you haven't seen much of somebody with that kind of skills out there. But in terms of me and him, we're just in different paths now, but I still wish him all the happiness.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it very much. Good luck to you in getting the fight. Always a pleasure to talk to you and always appreciate your time. So all the best to you, and we'll talk to you soon. And obrigado, boa tarde, and obrigado and parabéns to Everton, who did a great job translating all of that. Thank you both.
Obrigado, Jean. É um prazer estar com você aqui e tudo de bom para você, um sucesso. Boa tarde e a gente se fala.
Muito obrigado, Ariel. Muito obrigado por me trazer aqui nessa tua audiência incrível. Parabéns pelo trabalho que você sempre fez e cada vez fazendo melhor, irmão. Eu sou teu fã, sempre sonhei estar aqui. Pode ter certeza que na próxima eu tô com o contrato na mão para te falar que isso ia acontecer e aconteceu.
Thank you, Ariel, so much. Thank you for allowing me to have this space here to reach this huge audience. Congratulations for the work that you do, that you've always done. It's always getting better and better. I'm a big fan of yours, and I always dreamed of being here, and rest assured, if I have that contract in my hand, I'll be right back here for us to talk about it.
Can't wait. Thank you. Obrigado, John. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Obrigado.
Very much. There he is, the one and only John Silva, Lord John Silva. Great stuff from him. Appreciate his time very much. One of a kind. And he's stating his case quite passionately. That's what I expect out of John Silva. We love his passion. We love the way in which he fights. And yeah, from an entertainment standpoint, hard to argue with the points that he is making. Let's see. Volk is saying what he's saying. We haven't heard 100% from the UFC, so let's see how it plays out. Okay, very excited to have our next guest in studio with us. Let's not waste any time. Let's say hello to the CEO of the Professional Fighters League. The one and only John Martin is back. It's great to have him here. Hello, John. How are you? Sorry for keeping you waiting there.
No worries. How are you? Nice to see you.
I'm doing great. It's great to have you. Well, you're traveling all over the world.
Yes.
Quick little pit stop back home.
Yes.
On your way back to Pittsburgh. Yes.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
Pit stop, yes, before Pittsburgh. So great to have you. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So much to talk to you about as well.
Terrific.
How was Madrid?
I thought it was great. It was really, really good. You know, it's part of what we're trying to do. We're still trying to go to new cities, to underserved markets. We were fortunate enough, and I know Costello was here
yes.
on your podcast yesterday, to have Costello headline the show, and Spanish champion, successfully defend his title. His brother won. It was a big night for his family. So noisy crowd. So I'm pleased. I think it's another really, really successful event, and then really excited to go to Pittsburgh for our first event in the U.S.
Unique setting, that former bullfighting.
It was fun. It was a little remote.
Okay, was it?
Yeah, I mean, the parking wasn't great.
Okay.
But I have to tell you, walking in, even in the early fights, even compared to Dubai, which was a little bit of a subdued crowd,
okay,
it was noisy.
Okay.
It was really, really noisy. And
like the French crowds, maybe. Those
French crowds also were.
Yeah.
I would put this up against what we had in Lyon as well.
Okay.
I was not at the PFL in the past has also been in Paris, which was bigger crowd, which also I think we had Cedric fighting on that card and was really, really loud. But it was fun. It was, it felt like you were at a European football match. And we had 15 Real Madrid players there.
And not just any players. No, Jude Bellingham, Vinny Jr., Thibaut Courtois. There's Vinny. These are some of the greatest players in the world.
Yes.
I know you're a soccer guy.
Huge, yeah.
Did you get to meet them?
A couple of them. I mean, look, I was busy doing my own thing.
Of course.
But we were really pleased for them to be there, and so we were happy with that.
I thought the event came off great on television. To me, my feeling is every time the PFL is overseas, in particular in Europe, it feels like a different promotion than the one we see here in America. Like the product, the energy feels different. I wonder if you agree with that. And B, how do you bring that here? How do you get that same energy that you seem to have in Europe over to the United States?
Well, I'm glad you noticed that, because I noticed that too when I came. And I've been here just over a little 6 months. But of course it felt different, because in Europe they were putting on bigger events. Mm-hmm. And they were showcasing a lot of the old Bellator, champions and lead fighters. And in the States, they were doing the tournament. And it felt more like a studio show. And there wasn't much in terms of crowd there, and you felt it. I mean, I was watching it on TV, and it didn't feel like that energy. And so that's one of the things that I said, if you want to run a global promotion, which that's what I was brought on to do, and I'm ambitious. I want to try to scale this thing to become more globally relevant and recognized, by a lot more people. You have to make it in the U.S. You can't ignore the U.S. And yes, the UFC has been a dominant player in the U.S., and it's going to be a challenge for us. And it's not going to happen overnight. But my goal is to bring those same high-level caliber of fighters that have been fighting outside the U.S., bring them inside the U.S. And so you'll see some of our best, our champions and best fighters now, many for the first time, fighting in the U.S. Like later this year, we'll have Usman fighting in the U.S., Dakota will fight in the U.S., Nemkov will fight in the U.S., That Gene will be back fighting in the U.S. again. And of course, we have Johnny Eblin fighting this weekend. And he's a U.S. fighter that up until he lost to Costello has been a dominant champion. So, our biggest issue at the moment with PFL, I don't believe, is the quality of the fights and the cards that we can put together. It's the fact that our brand is still not well known, particularly here. We've made a lot more progress, and I think our brand awareness is much greater in Europe and even now in the UAE than it is here. So our challenge is going to be, how do we amplify the brand here? And of course, do it as quickly as we can.
You did mention just moments ago Cedric Doumbé, and just this morning I saw a video of him in French. Luckily, I know to speak French, where he says,
"Oh, because you're Canadian."
I'm Canadian. That's
Yes,
right.
I
And he
remember
said,
that.
"The knockouts are coming. I have big news to share. I have exciting news to share." He's been conspicuous by his absence, and I would argue one of your biggest stars. Is he referring to a PFL fight?
No, I cannot jump in front of him, and I don't want to do that.
You're the boss.
It's something
You can do
different.
whatever you want.
No, but it's something different.
Okay.
But he's under contract with us.
It's disappointing.
I'm sorry.
I want to
take it up with him.
I want to see him in the PFL.
We do too. No, so we've been talking with him.
Okay.
And I'm actually really optimistic. So, I don't know him from my past history, but I've gotten to know him now. He's back in the gym training.
Okay.
He may have fallen out of love with fighting for a little bit or so, what I heard. He was non-committal, but now I expect that he's going to be back. And
you think
and
this year he comes back at some point?
I really hope so.
Okay, but the TAHS is not a PFL fight. You can
No,
tell
it's
us that.
not. Yes,
Fair
I can
enough.
tell you that.
Fair enough. All right.
But I saw that too.
Yeah, okay, you did.
Yeah, I did. I was like, what is this?
Yeah, because he mentioned knockouts.
Yes, yeah.
So is it a different type of fight? That's it.
He's not fighting with anybody else.
Okay. So much to ask you about. The last time we spoke, you had just started.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been going the way in which you thought? Has it been more challenging? How would you say the role has been last 6 months or so?
I've learned a lot, and it's been fun. This is hard.
Yeah.
It's not an easy business, and I'm not
harder than you expected.
No, I mean it's we're still a startup. I mean, in some respects, we're a 7-year startup, and I've changed so much from what it was just 6 months ago that in some respects this is kind of PFL 2.0, or maybe it's even 3.0 if you go back in the past history. So as me personally, I'm working 24/7. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm really excited now to be in the U.S. because we've done a couple of events in Dubai, and then Lyon, and now Madrid, and now happy to start in the U.S. But we have over the next 10 weeks, I believe we have 5 events. So we're going to start to pick up the pace in terms of getting in front of more people. So this is what I'm here for. It's that part of the job that I'm really enjoying, but I'm also doing the other side, which is the business side.
Right.
So we brought in a lot of new people, we've upgraded talent, we've revamped the way we do business, and everything is just happening all real time.
The biggest story, one of the biggest stories in MMA this year for me is the PFL's broadcast deal. We know it's up at the end of this year with ESPN. What can you tell us about how talks are going? Yeah,
we're in discussions with multiple parties now.
Okay. You're free and clear to talk to
We're free and clear now to
Okay.
talk to people. I expect that we're still going to be talking to ESPN. There was no deal to be done during the short exclusivity period. And so I'm confident and excited. It's going to be a big piece of my business this year. But I'm going to be probably at this for a number of months. I don't anticipate that this is going to be a quick.
So you think this will go down to the end?
I don't know about the end, but I
Okay.
think the natural course of these things is this could be, I don't know, look at when the UFC signed their most recent deal with Paramount, was I think Q3.
Yep. It was August for...
We'll probably, I'm guessing we'll probably be in and around that area, and we're looking at different ways of approaching this. And
when you say different ways, what do you mean by that?
In some respects, and I expect we'll probably talk about MVP, and we're focused on doing our thing at the moment, right? Investing in our fighter roster. We've got about over 200 fighters under contract, and we're trying to build to make our fighters more well-known. And, with my media background, some of the people I brought in, I think there are new and fresh ways to really utilize technology and other ways to reach out to fans and engage them, possibly in ways that we haven't been able to do before. And so I'm really excited by that idea, and I'm trying to build a combat sports ecosystem and not just a promotion. And that takes time. And I think our new, lead owners, 885 and Nighthead, are very supportive of what we're trying to do, and they're long-term owners. And if we're successful, I didn't come here to try to do something on the small side. I came here to do something that people will look back over time and say, wow, that was something. And the odds were stacked against them, and they actually did it. So I'm very respectful of what the UFC has been able to do. Obviously, it's one of the reasons why I'm here, because I was such a big fan of them for all those years. And like I said, time is not our friend, and we've got to ramp up the awareness of the PFL. But there's interesting ways to do that, and I think looking at investing in certain things that maybe people might not expect. So it's going to take a while. I don't want people to judge us success or failure based on how Pittsburgh does alone, if that makes sense. But we've got high aspirations, high motivation.
When you say combat ecosystem, what exactly do you mean by that?
I'll leave it at that.
That's that? Okay.
No, I think over time, careful investment in certain technology. Like when I was at Turner and I ran Turner, Turner Sports convinced me, we bought Bleacher Report.
Yep.
There are ancillary businesses, tangential business. There's investments in technology that I'm very, very interested in engaging fans in ways that it's been hard to do up until now.
Okay. I did see a video over the weekend in which you were like, "Hey, that White House card wasn't great," and I was like, "Oh, is John?"
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, I didn't mean to.
Okay, it felt like the gloves were off.
Well, you know what?
In your interviews, you're very respectful and very.
Well, I'm still okay. So I'm very open here.
Yep.
Like I don't have the gravitas in this game to sit there and say, look, I'm the new guy, and I'm going to intend to prove myself over time. I think my comment was more along the lines of it was so hyped, possibly overhyped, that I was expecting something like, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a good card. But it was been talked about now for months and months and months. It was a little underwhelming to me, but no disrespect to, what
Were you trying to poke the bear a little bit?
Oh, no.
No?
No, that's everybody wants me to try to poke the bear. Look, we have to stay focused on what we're doing, and we have to prove ourselves, and we have to increasingly be seen as like this is really a legitimate promotion. And I know we are already. And like you said, in the European fights and in the UAE fights, these are big events. I mean, they feel like UFC events. Now we have to do that in the US. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time to develop and grow. But I don't know. I mean, look, you're the expert. I thought the card was great.
I enjoyed it very much. There are little things that you guys are doing. I love the walkouts. They're a little different. Gino walking in back of Costello with the belt.
I love that.
That's different. We don't see that in MMA. It's a very boxing-like thing.
Yeah.
So the more you can
like
do that's
that
different. If we can get rid of the uniforms. Imagine Costello walking out with some Spanish attire. Like, why make them all look the same?
Yeah. Well,
I know how I feel about the uniforms.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel too.
Yes.
So.
Can we get rid of them?
We're
can
working
we do a deal?
That.
Just make like a logo on the shorts, but let them be themselves.
No, I feel very, very strongly that we need to do a better job of allowing these fighters to really express who they are.
Yes.
Because that's what the fans want.
Yes.
They want to know who they are.
They want to be emotionally invested in them.
I don't know if I mentioned it on your show last time, but Tom Hardy's the actor. Dan Hardy, Hardy.
Who's phenomenal.
He's terrific.
Yes.
When I talked to him and I was talking about the uniforms, he was like, I used to come out, I had the red mohawk, I had the red bandana, I had the red shorts. That's who I was. And then he was there for the first Reebok uniform deal. And he said it kind of stripped away a bit of his persona.
Yes.
So I want to encourage more expression of who these guys are, because that's what makes the sport fun.
Don't take the soul away from fighting, and I feel like some of that has been lost.
But some of the walkouts have been better than what PFL's done in the past.
They have been 100%.
Shows even in venue experiences have been more exciting and better. It's pacing better.
I will
Production's
say,
better.
I love ESPN. I'm a big ESPN guy. I used to work there. I did look at the app, and I felt like it was a little bit buried there. I don't know if you were able to...
It's been more than buried.
Buried. Yeah. There was spring training baseball ahead.
Yeah. That's not lost on me.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Look, I've said all along, when we're talking multiple parties, whoever we end up with, it's critically important to me that we were the partner who believes in what we're doing, wants to invest in that. And I don't mean necessarily monetarily invest, but invest the time and effort with promotion and marketing and consistency of scheduling, whether it's on linear or streamer. And it's been proven. I mean, the UFC proved, both with Fox and then with ESPN, if they do that, the value of the promotion can grow exponentially in the UFC's case. And there's no reason why, even though we're not the industry leader, I don't believe the UFC is going to be a global monopolist in MMA. And I don't think... I think there's room. I mean, you tell me what would be bad for the industry if UFC
there needs to be competition.
There has to be.
UFC needs competition.
That's my point.
Yeah.
It'll make them better.
Yes.
And it's great for the fighters.
Yes.
So that's us, in my opinion. And so we have to find a partner who is also big enough that it can get us in front of more eyeballs. And that's what we're doing actually. Internationally, we have a lot more distribution partners. We've got 25, 26 overall globally. We could be seen in 170 countries. But we were with DAZN in a lot of areas in Europe before I got here. The decision was made before I arrived to end the DAZN relationship. But now we're in the process. We've been signing new agreements in many respects with broadcasters that are now putting us in front of infinitely more eyeballs than we were before. That's good for us. That's good for our brand. This is all by design and strategy. We were with Movistar in Spain, which we just signed that deal recently. And this is a year where we need to prove ourselves in Spain. But I think they had 35 people from the network on location in Spain to cover us, which was fantastic.
So when you see that, as far as ESPN is concerned, do you tell that to them? Do you express that?
We're talking with them all the time.
Do you feel like the future is with ESPN or likely not?
I don't know, and that's an honest answer. I mean, I'm not going to diss them.
Yeah.
And look, they're a very, very premium sports broadcasting network, and but there are other platforms as well. And so if they come around,
traditional, non-traditional, streaming,
both.
Linear, everything.
Yeah.
Is it possible you'll be in multiple places? Possible. Like split it up.
Possible.
Okay. Right now,
that's the great thing about our product.
Sure.
Right? Is you can create it and make it bespoke.
Are you right now? Is there a front runner?
No, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not asking for the name, but is there one? Is there one that you're most excited about?
We're still talking.
Early
Yeah, we
days.
just recently came out of an exclusivity period, so we're still in the process of talking and engaging.
I know you don't want to poke the bear and whatnot, but Dana is very much invested in this boxing outfit that he's putting out, and him and Eddie Hearn have been going back and forth. Is that kind of good for you? Like, hey, focus on those guys, and we'll kind of do our thing here and maybe sneak up on you. Do you look at it that way?
I like, it's interesting. I'm learning even still more about myself. I moved back to New York City from LA. LA was wonderful. It's a beautiful place, but I miss the chaos of New York City.
Okay.
Like, I miss the action and the energy. And now that I'm in this business, even compared to the business that I ran before, which is a massive company, I like the chaos of the fight game. And so, I've gotten to know Eddie Hearn, and we talk, and he's extraordinary for the sport. He's an extraordinary human being.
What do you talk about?
I'm not going to get into that.
Like working or?
Yeah, well, I mean, lots of different things. Life and, we're still learning about
Recently?
each other. Yeah, we chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I talk to all these guys. I don't talk to Dana. I mean, it's good. I actually think it's good for me that Dana doesn't even know I exist at the moment.
Yes,
That's fine.
he's never referenced you.
No.
That's good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is totally fine.
No text, no, hey, welcome to the show, nothing?
Nope.
Okay. The Eddie thing is interesting because Eddie has hinted at, hey, maybe I might get into MMA.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Would that be with you?
I don't know.
Okay. Because he just signed Tom Aspinall to represent him.
I follow. Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, I think that what's interesting, and I think MVP is shining a light as well. I think all this is good for the sport. It's good for the fighters, and I think it's good for the fans.
Have you sensed that apathy, that frustration, that malaise from the fans that they don't feel like they're getting what they?
I mean, I read everything.
Yeah. And you feel that?
I don't feel anything different than what you feel.
Sure. But you're the guy who can actually say, hey, come look at us, right? You may be feeling some sort of way here, maybe getting a little stale, whatever you may feel.
Sure, that's the part of being in a competitive business. Yeah. I think, I talk a lot to our fighters, and we want to know, are you happy with us, and where do you want to go? And look, we've got a number of fighters who have gone out of their way to speak publicly about being really, really happy to be part of the PFL. And Costello is one of them. Now, it's easy when you're the champ, right?
Sure.
But they have the ability to be like real stars, and we can look after them in ways that, I think they're concerned that maybe the UFC won't.
Taking a step back, we haven't talked since. Why did Don Davis leave?
Oh, that was, look, I think that was not my decision. I think I came because of Don. And I'm still very fond of Don, and that was a decision that was made by Don and the new owners. And I think sometimes I think they just felt like it was time for a fresh start.
Okay, and Peter Murray as well.
Yes.
So it's really like a whole new regime.
Yeah.
And are they involved in any way, shape, or form?
No.
That's it. Even from an ownership standpoint, an equity standpoint,
they may have. I think I don't. Our cap table's pretty big, so I don't know them, but not in any sort of a meaningful way.
Do you feel as though there's been a lot of change? I know some have come and gone. Do you feel like the team is now set, or are you still looking at some moves, adding people as far because you're kind of like an owner taking over a new baseball team or a baseball operations guy. So you want to bring in your people that you trust. Do you feel like that transitional period is over?
I think
or
it's
there's still
largely
more?
done.
Okay.
I think we're always going to be looking for the best talent we can. We've added a couple of what I think are some super high quality people that from Turner Sports, Lenny Daniels, who ran Turner Sports. I mean, I asked him.
Work together.
I asked him the other day, I said, how many Emmys have you won? He's like 31.
Wow.
I was like, okay. People want to talk about, production quality and Lenny did March Madness deal. He did the NBA deals. Like, he knows sports inside and out. He did Bleacher Report. He's built franchises. He's built businesses. He convinced the NBA to host all of their digital properties when nobody thought that they would do that. They did NBA TV together. Lenny's here and he's working with me. And we've got a marketing person from Turner who's now joined, and she's fantastic. And so we have a new head of commercial sponsorship and partnerships, and he's got extraordinary experience. So we're elevating the team, but we're a new team. It's kind of like you bring everybody in, you introduce and reintroduce everybody, and now everybody's off, and they're trying to to generate their own position and lane and figure out where to go. But it's already better. I mean, as you can imagine, when I came in, I still had Don, I still had Pete, and there's a little bit of, hey, John, you're the CEO, but everybody's still around. Now there's nobody around, and the new owners, 885 and Nighthead being the leads, and Saudi's still a big owner. They've all been extremely supportive of me and what we're trying to do, and everybody's in alignment. We're all now rowing in the same boat.
Did you consider a rebrand, fresh start?
Yeah, we're still maybe considering it.
Okay, it's still on the table. When will you make that decision?
Soon.
Is it in the works?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you say rebrand, like name change, logo change?
Possibly.
Okay. Wow. Within 2026?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot happening here.
There is a lot happening. I think we want to signal that this really is
a new era.
A new era.
Okay. So a total change.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. That's very interesting. Another massive move recently was the parting of ways with Francis Ngannou.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us from your perspective why that decision was made?
Yeah. He's on your show
He is
today.
later. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I didn't do that on purpose, by the way.
No.
It just kind of worked out.
Fine. I actually, look, and I'm not just saying this. I actually have a lot of respect for Francis. He joined way before my time.
Yes.
And I think it was at a time when PFL was ready to make some big swings. And I think it was at a moment in time where Don believed that they were going to successfully pursue an aggressive pay-per-view model, and that Francis would be a big headliner to generate pay-per-view. And it was also at a time when I believe the Saudi investment was new, and there was a view that PFL would be putting on recurring events in Saudi with big site fees associated with that. And that's how that would be able to justify the cost of Francis. And they did one event and didn't really sell any pay-per-views. And then the support in terms of recurring big site fees from Saudi disappeared. So it was really a business decision to move on from him at this point. But, he also helped and was instrumental in the launch of PFL Africa. And at the moment, he's still involved in that. So,
is he?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see. I'd love to talk to him about whether he wants to continue to do that or not. But he's really respected there, and he's been, he's been a real ambassador for that. So, like I said, I mean, the fact that he's on the MVP card and he's going to get paid and he's making money, I'm happy for him.
Did you part ways with him because of the MVP opportunity, or did you not know that was sitting there when you parted ways?
No.
Because it happened like within a few days of each other.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, yeah. So, but you didn't know?
No.
Wow. So did he ask for his release? Or
I'm not going to get into the particulars and specifics.
He had one fight left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a term that was coming to an end as well, so you kind of had to make that decision.
Yeah. Yes.
You did. When I say you, PFL had a relationship with Jake Paul and Nikisa Bedarian, right? That came to an end.
Also predated me.
Predated you.
It was a marketing arrangement, I think, but there was a part of the contract was if Jake Paul fought MMA, he would do it with the PFL. But that contract ended.
And so when you found out about this and the Netflix and the construction of the card, which was fully announced today, what did you think?
Yeah, so it didn't surprise me. I expected it.
Okay, why?
Well, because Nikisa's background and history, and we have our ears to the ground. We know all the phone calls everybody's made. I know all the phone calls that were made.
Okay.
Look, it's interesting because people keep asking me, are they a competitor? Are you upset? Are you worried? It's like, listen, we're doing our thing at the moment, and I respect what they're doing. And I think, and this is a much longer conversation than you would care to enter into on this.
I don't know.
On this, but there's an interesting bifurcation happening in the world of sport right now at the moment. You've got sort of what I would say what people would more define as like classic sports. That's sort of what the PFL is doing, what the UFC is doing, is that you got your pipeline of fighters, you got your younger fighters coming in, you got people fighting for championships. They're in the prime of their career. They've got their eyes set on the goal, which is become a world champion, and everybody's kind of at the prime of their career. And you could see that in other sports as well. But now you have, because of the world of celebrity and influencer and people that have achieved greatness and celebrity, you've got new and incremental opportunities that weren't necessarily there before, where people can actually continue to exercise their name, image, likeness, and monetize that. And still have an audience and fan base. I mean, you're seeing this a little bit in the world of soccer, or what everybody calls football. But you got Baller League and Kings League, which, you've got teams that are owned by influencers and content creators or ex-football stars, with PK being like one of the leaders of Kings League. And that's really fun, and it's taking a new and innovative approach to the sport, and it's giving fans something that's new and different. And with MVP, I mean, what they've done with this card is they've put on fights of like some real big names, but people who necessarily aren't in the prime of their career anymore. Or, Ronda, I guess, hasn't fought in 10 years, and Gina Carano 17 years, something like that. And I think, that's great. And that's great that they can monetize that. We're in the process of managing a roster of over 200 fighters, and we've got people who are grinding through and fighting world championships. And so when I said earlier about a combat sports ecosystem, we're exclusive to ESPN this year. Beginning in 2027, we're not exclusive to anybody. So I'm talking to Netflix. I mean, I know what they want. I know them from my prior world. So we would like to have the flexibility to be able, there's nothing to stop us from being in arrangements or agreements with anybody who might be available. And so, the ability to do what we're doing here, but then on the other side, still be flexible enough or maintain an open mind on how do you monetize the world of combat sport in other ways, I think is an interesting option for us possibly in the future. No certainty. And that's where, and I think almost fighting is a unique sport in that respect, because there's always a primal fascination that exists between human beings to say, hey, who do you think would win in a fight? Ariel or John? Well, at this moment, I would put my money on you because I'm an old man.
Maybe not 10 years ago, right?
But that still exists. And, for me, the idea of watching Mike Tyson one more time, at age 58, even though he's 58, it's Mike Tyson. Like, he was a hero of mine, and he was ferocious. And I think fighting is almost unique in that respect, that people would want to continue to see that. And so I think it's good for the sport. I think MVP is bringing incremental spotlight to that. I think, Netflix is clearly the only platform on the planet right now that's willing to pay the kind of numbers for events like this. So the question is that something that's sustainable, or is that something, that Netflix is going to change their mind or move in a different direction? But look, I have a lot of respect for Jake and for Nikisa. I mean, Jake is a unique guy in that respect. I mean, he's a one-man wrecking crew in terms of marketing machine and being a fighter as well. So, I think it's good for the sport. And at this moment, if we could draft in and kind of ride the wave as the sport continues to grow, it's probably good for the PFL.
It's great for MMA to have Netflix involved, obviously, right?
Oh, 100%.
They were only doing boxing events. And
they still love boxing.
Of course. Yeah. And I hope it continues. But I'd love to see them do opening day tomorrow. Like, this is good for sports, that Netflix is getting into live sports. Yeah. I was always wondering, would they come over to MMA if they couldn't get a UFC deal? And so now for this event to just kind of come up is very exciting. But everything we've been told is it's a one-off for now. It's just a one-off.
We'll see. I mean, I've been talking to them too, and I think they're really interested to see how May performs. Their MVP. And I think they know they're the only game in town right now.
Right.
So they're going to do whatever they think is in their best interest. I actually hope May succeeds.
It would be good for you.
Could be.
Because then they'll stick with the MMA business.
Yeah. Why not have more platforms interested in MMA? Gives more opportunity for fighters. It's good for everybody.
What's interesting is they are kind of employing a boxing model right now where all these guys are just signing one-fight deals with them. That may change if they really get into it. So if you're a UFC fighter, let's say Nate Diaz, you can go back to the UFC for a 4, 6, 8 fight deal, or you could just do this one-off on the biggest platform in the world. We've never seen that in MMA before.
Correct.
So that's super interesting. That's a boxing model coming over to MMA. This changes everything. And
if it's recurring.
Yes, if it's recurring. If it's a big success. I don't know.
After this, if Netflix decides this wasn't in their wheelhouse and they don't want to replicate it, then I don't know where it goes, right? Because then I don't see ESPN stepping up and doing that, or Fox doing that, or maybe. I mean, I'm talking to all these guys, so I hope it works. I really do, and I respect the card that they put together.
And I think most people agree with you. What are you finding out about the landscape? I had Todd DeBuff in last week.
Oh,
I love those conversations.
My old friend. For when I was at Turner, I knew Todd. Yeah,
of course. And he just signed that deal with DAZN.
I know. I saw that
earlier today. We find out about Golden Boy with DAZN. So DAZN is really, conquering boxing as they hope to do. But I asked him this question. I'll ask you. I said, okay, so for the past 6 months, you were out in the wilderness. You were talking to everyone, and you landed with DAZN. You're now just starting that journey, and I was getting worried as the months were ticking away. Top rank. This legacy brand doesn't have a TV deal. That's death. Like if you don't have distribution, you are dying in combat sports, in sports, period. And so he was telling me about what he learned. I'm curious about what you're learning about the appetite for these, streaming platforms and linear networks, old school networks. Are they into combat sports? Are they just into the big brands, the TKO brands, if you will? What are you learning thus far?
Well, it depends on the platform and the network, and that's what's making these, in some respects, these conversations more complicated because it's not one size fits all. It's not like we're going out with a rate card and a format, and it's like, okay, we'll send them out to 8 platforms and just come on in with an RFP and bid, and then it's every one of them has different strategies, and it's really, really interesting. And whether it's, a Versant, which is a linear strategy, or Fox is a little bit of a hybrid, or Amazon, which is global, but they've got their own idea of what they want. So it means that we have to cater our own offering potentially to what their needs are. And listen, the landscape right now is a little tricky because if you're in the NFL business, with the expectation that the NFL's coming back out again, I think everybody's kind of like looking around to their left and the right, and they're saying, how big is the number going to be, and
how much will be left?
How much room do we have?
Yes.
Fortunately for somebody like us, we're not that big of a number to be a meaningful piece to our business, right? So most folks have said we're interested.
Okay.
We like combat sports, but let's get into it. So we're getting into it, but it's early days.
Would you say that this is the most important stretch in the history of the company? Like you need to get a big deal here.
This is a big deal for us. Yeah. This is a big deal for us.
I know you got a lot on your plate, but a lot of your attention must be on this, right?
Yes.
I would imagine right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm fascinated by this, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. I think it's going to be huge. Now, this year...
Me too. I'll let you know at the end.
I appreciate it. Maybe you could let us know first, and we can break the news right here. It would be great. Regarding the number of events this year, you mentioned on the broadcast, I think it was 24?
Well, 24 in total. That includes 8 of our development leagues. We've got 4 in the Middle East, Northern Africa.
Okay.
4 on the continent of Africa. So that's 8.
So 16.
And then we're going to do 16 global. And of those 16 global, I expect that 9, maybe 10, but 9 will be in the U.S. and 6 or 7 will be outside the U.S.
So more in the U.S., despite the success that you're having overseas. Interesting.
We have to make it in the U.S.
You have to. That's quick. You can't just be. It can't be like 80% European, 20% here. You can't.
Maybe it can. I mean, if it turns out that the U.S. market doesn't have the appetite that I think it would have, then certainly that doesn't mean the end of PFL. It means we have to change focus and change direction. And could we be successful putting more emphasis outside? Yeah. I mean, I think there are other. I don't want to get too much into it. There's other streaming platforms. Could you go non-exclusive with a distributor? I mean, there are all of these things that I think we're going to have to really have a hard think session about. But I mean, I would say, and I'm not going to name who it is. I think there's only been one platform that has said we're not interested in combat sports.
Interesting.
But otherwise,
well, screw them.
If you're a sports platform and you want to have a meaningful sports business, combat's a pretty important vertical.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here and say it's critical or whatever, because everybody has a different strategy, but it's a pretty important vertical.
Next year, like, do you like that number? Right now, is PFL in the 24 or so?
No, we could scale up.
Okay.
I'd like to scale up. We have the ability internally to scale up. We just have to be able
not including the regional shows. You're talking about like the main ones.
Yeah, global shows.
What do you think is a good number for you guys?
I don't know. We could. I mean, this year we'll do 16. We could easily add another 6.
Okay.
One every other month, and we could scale up beyond that. I mean, there's no reason why, as long as we're getting paid, our capability wise, to do as many shows over time as the UFC does. Sure, of course, but we just have to be able. Right now we're just not getting the revenue because we're not really recognized yet, because our brand again, comes back to the criticism, again, not my criticism, the criticism that everybody's talking about right now is that the UFC maybe not trying so hard as they did when they were selling pay-per-views. They don't have to. We don't have that luxury. So we have to really put on terrific shows and terrific fights. And that's what I intend to do every single one of our shows this year. We don't have as many shows as the UFC. But on every card, we want to have either a championship fight or fights that have meaningful, implications for championship, for implications.
Well, the way this week has played out, I think, has been brilliant. You get the champion fighting at 185, and now you've got like a mini tournament the next week. So
exactly.
The division is in focus.
That was on purpose, right?
It's great.
We've got,
more of this.
3 really terrific middleweight fights within a few weeks.
Yes.
Because we got, as you said, we've got the 2 fights in Pittsburgh. Any one of those guys could fight for a championship.
I did see you with Saki Kibara over in Japan, legendary promoter dating back to the Pride.
He's been an interesting person to get to know.
Okay, so can you tell me about those talks?
We've had some discussions about whether it makes sense. Back in the day when Bellator was around.
Yep.
And Mike Hogan, who runs our fighter operations, has had a 20-plus year relationship with Saki Kibara. And so he introduced the 2 of us, and we've been talking about the possibility of collaborating in the future, or maybe doing co-promotions. I guess in the past, Bellator did some of that.
Yes.
And so,
not so much.
I want to be open-minded to anything, because like I said, we're a challenger brand. We're kind of the underdog. So to be able to think out of the box a little bit about what could help Ryzen and what could help us, but obviously he's a legend in the sport. It was terrific to get to know him. He was kind enough to come to one of our events, and
that market is I don't want to say on fire, but has been resurrected in a really big way. It seemed dead for a minute. Now they're drawing some big crowds.
They're drawing big crowds again. We just actually signed a new agreement with Unext.
Okay.
And
over in Japan.
At a pretty meaningful price increase. So I was very, very pleased to see that. And it seems like, but what Ryzen is having some real success.
Is there a chance we see PFL in Japan this year?
This year, no.
Okay. PFL Ryzen shows, there a chance this year?
Not this year.
Okay.
Just where our schedule is pretty much planned this year.
Okay. So it is pretty much planned.
Yeah.
Are there any events you can tell us about that we don't know about?
Not yet.
You did say Dakota fighting in the States. When will we see her again?
She's almost fully healed.
Okay.
She's training again. And look, I think we'll see her in the summer.
Okay.
I think we'll see Usman in the summer. We'll see Nemkov in the summer. And, we've already got it. In my mind, I've already got what those matchups are.
Please tell us.
All right. So, Usman, I think, I'd like to see him fight RJ Koken.
Okay. By the way, Usman, doesn't he have 1 fight left?
He has 1 fight left.
Are you going to re-sign him before this
We're going to be
fight?
talking with him. I mean, I would love for him to re-sign with the PFL. He is happy here. I mean, I think for him, the question is one more of legacy. It's just whether he feels like he has to have for his own fulfillment, the need to go to UFC. Otherwise, I think he's doing really, really well here. We've got a really good lightweight division. Expect to continue to beef that up even more. So I'd love to keep him. I think it'd be great. But
would you like to sign him before this last fight, rather
possibly
than have him go into free agency as the champion?
Possibly.
Okay.
Dakota feels like she still owes Denise Keelholz a fight.
Okay.
She was supposed to fight Denise in Dubai, so that'll probably be her
Would that be a title fight?
back. No. But then Liz Carmouche is waiting, and that would be a title fight.
Feels like we need to get the belt on Dakota, because she's sort of the unofficial champion.
She's got to win.
She's won enough. She's won enough. No, isn't she? Some might
She's
argue
a world tournament winner.
She's your face, and some might argue that she's one of the faces. Of
we
PFL,
got to get her back in the cage.
Yeah,
I'm excited to do that.
Okay. And Nemkov.
And then Nemkov, we have to sit down and talk. But he's fought Corey Anderson twice.
Yeah.
You know, one was a no contest, but Corey was doing really well, and there was a headbutt, and then Nemkov beat him. But I know Corey and he don't really like each other that much, and so that could be an interesting fight.
Okay.
And there's some other folks in the heavyweight division. We don't have tremendous depth in the heavyweight division at the moment. It's one thing we're kind of focusing on. I know that's something they talk a lot about at the UFC as well. So you know so that's something I think could be interesting.
Chris Cyborg has been banging the drum for the super fight against Dakota.
Yeah.
Maybe meet in the middle.
I'd still like that fight. In a perfect world, let's see if Dakota becomes champ.
Okay.
And then
But
that
not
super
quite
fight
yet.
that super fight becomes even more important. I'd like to make that fight if we can make it.
It would be tough with her moving down to 135, I would imagine, but
It would, yeah.
Cyborg,
and,
that is.
And I don't, I mean, I've talked to both of them about it. There's
interest?
both some interest and willingness.
Okay. Obviously, we
I know you
Chris
were
is-
talking to Dakota on your show.
Yes,
about it.
yes, yes. She didn't seem so interested, if I'm being
Well, she's got other things she wants to do. She wants to be a champ.
It's also negotiation, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to say. But Chris seems very interested. This is the one, and she seems happy with you guys. There was a time where it seemed like the relationship wasn't great when she came over from Bellator.
Since I've been here,
seems happy.
You know, she fought in Lyon. She had a really successful defense of her belt, and she's been terrific.
I'll ask you, and I don't know if there's a perfect answer for this. How do we make the PFL cool in the sense that there are some promotions that the fans like, you know, they die for it, right? I always compare it to the AEW pro wrestling fans who will do anything for that brand, who wear the merch, who love it. And I've never felt like PFL had this. This predates you. It never felt like it was cool. I think part of the problem of the uniforms and all this other nonsense, the tournament, it just, none of it was cool. How do you make it into a cool brand?
I think it's in attitude and the way that, look, it's something I think a lot about. It's, you know, I think in the past, PFL always thought the way it had to differentiate itself from the UFC was in format. That's why they did the tournament. And tournament was a novel concept. I don't think it worked. I don't think the overwhelming majority of the fans thought it worked. Now I think it has to be in either the way we engage fans or the way that we just put on events. And I think you and I had a discussion once that you said that back in Strikeforce days, those events were super fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, so we've got some ideas about how to bring some things that are different. And look, again, you can take some risks as a challenger brand that maybe when you're the leader, you don't have to. And why rock the boat? So there's some things that we may try and may fail or not. But look, the biggest, and look, I would say it doesn't happen overnight, but we're starting to already tell stories better. We're putting a little bit more money into that, get people to know the fighters more. I mean, that did wonders to even reboot WWE when they had just had their most recent leg of real growth outside of the U.S. It was by putting, you know, different content on the fighters and distributing it in new places. Our biggest holdback at the moment is lack of distribution. And the lack of distribution results in a lack of awareness. So, you know, as you're building a brand, it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg. Well, we've got a product. Now we've got to get the product in front of more people. We need to grow distribution. We got to give people a reason to get excited about wanting to watch the PFL. So we know that that's a challenge that we have to meet.
The vignettes that you aired on Friday, like I know there's a company called Richter Sports that put them together.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff about Spain and the history. And
oh, thank you.
I really enjoyed those a lot. Like, I'm a sucker for that stuff. I really am.
I am too as a fan.
Yes, you need that stuff. I think your broadcast team is great. I think Sean O'Connell doesn't get enough love and credit.
He's terrific.
As a former fighter turned play-by-play guy, that is very hard. Fighters become analysts. They don't become the lead play-by-play guy. He's done that very successfully. Dan Hardy's great. Jimmy Smith. Like, there is something there. And, you know, I want to see it succeed, not because I'm rooting for you against them or them against you.
No, but it's good for the sport.
It's good for the sport. It's good for the fighters. They need another place to go to negotiate with, another outlet. This is all, I think, very healthy for the sport. It was a little bit barren there for a while where it just felt like there was one brand. There needs to be not a de facto, a true number two. Do you know what I mean?
I get it.
PFL was a de facto number two, but I never felt for the last couple of years like they were a true number two.
And we have to earn that. I mean, I think we have it with the quality of the fighter roster. So now we just have to execute.
Those changes that you were potentially talking about, would we see them come into effect this year or
we'll
TBD?
Just stay TBD.
The one I'm excited about, Patrick Habirora.
Yes.
I love this kid.
Yeah, me too.
Going back to Belgium in May, this is
I appreciate you bringing him up. He's pretty special.
Yes, very special. These are the types of guys that you need to get before the UFC or any other promotion gets, right? not viewed as like a cast off or anyone like
Correct.
that. Dakota was that. Paul Hughes to a degree was that. Patrick is exactly that.
Completely agree.
Cedric was that to a degree. I know he had his issues with UFC and he was a glory guy, but he was fresh to you guys. We need to get Cedric back in there.
Yeah, I'd love to see him back. I think he's going to come back.
Yeah, you think so?
I do.
Okay.
He seems pretty serious now. So I wish the knockout.
Yes, that he was
I wish
teasing.
that was with us, but yeah.
All right. So Saturday's very interesting. Very rare head-to-head with the UFC. This hasn't happened in the past because historically you guys were on ESPN, as were they.
Right.
ESPN 2 or ESPN Linear?
This one is 2.
2, okay. They're going to be on Paramount Plus. Why should fans watch this event? Maybe dual screen action. Why should they not just watch the UFC, which, to be fair, is a very good card. I like their card a lot. I like yours too. Why should they also watch PFL
I
Pittsburgh?
made a comment also that got picked up. I'm a little surprised you didn't mention it in last week, which I think we have some of the best middleweights in the world.
You did.
I really believe
my
that.
job here, John.
Well,
Jeez,
I mean,
all right, no, it's good. A little shot is good.
No, but I really believe that. I mean, I thought Costello, I mean, he was a beast. He was a beast in there against Fabian. And Johnny Eblen was 16-0 and lost to Costello in the last 9 seconds of their last fight. I mean, you put Johnny Eblen in the UFC right now, he's top 5 fighter. And he's fighting, Brian Battle, and also had a really good run in the UFC. And let's see how that happens. Let's see what happens there. But those guys are fantastic middleweight fighters. And then you go to Dalton Roster, Pittsburgh boy, local boy. I love that when you have the local fighter in the city that you're fighting. And against Impa Kasagan, I have a problem pronouncing his last name.
You nailed it.
But that's going to be an interesting fight. And so if you're interested in seeing like world-class middleweight guys that could easily be in the UFC, and it matters to them, like what happens in Pittsburgh is going to have title implications. So I'm really excited about that because we're starting to put together cards that you can start to see a flow of the story.
100%.
And I think those are the events that I want to put on. There's a lot of UFC events.
Yeah.
It's impossible for us to stay out of the way of all of them. So,
coincidentally, their main event is middleweight as well. Are you gonna be watching both? Like, back in the day, I love pro wrestling. So like when WWE had a show in WCW, they would try to do something while they were in commercial break. Are you guys gonna try to format the show that way, or are you just focus on your thing?
At the moment, we're focused on our thing.
Okay. Well, I love it. I love having all this stuff. There's a lot of actual fighting on Saturday. There's 2 MMA events. There's boxing as well on Amazon. There's RAF. I don't know how much you've been looking at them on Fox Nation. They're doing some interesting things. I know it's not typical, MMA, but this is very good. So good luck.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this particular broadcast story plays out. Please keep us posted if you want us to break any news for you or, drop any nuggets. We're happy to do that here.
No, I appreciate you
5
having
days
me
a
on.
week.
This is always fun.
And congrats.
Like I said, I'm in the neighborhood. So
not too far, right?
10-minute walk.
Amazing. Congrats on Madrid. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Pittsburgh crowd is like and what that show is like. And then with all the big shows coming up, I know you just announced the full card for Chicago in April and Belgium in May. A lot. All right. Thank you, John. All the best to you. Good luck to you guys. Check out PFL this Saturday. That's March 28th. In Pittsburgh. There's the poster right over there. Johnny Eblen returning. I sort of feel like if he wins, he should be next. And I like the fact that Costello said he thinks he should be next. Costello, but if Dalton or Impa do something special, they can usurp him as well. So a bit of a mini tournament, I feel like, right now, 185. So that's this Saturday. We'll say goodbye to John, take a quick break, be back with Sebastian Fundora, who's also fighting on Saturday. Francis Ngannou still to come as well. Don't go anywhere.
Daniel Cormier weighed in earlier this week. He thinks, right now, this might strike you as crazy. He thinks that the people who think that the Netflix card is better than the White House card are absolutely insane. Do we have the video? Please, New York Rick, our step-in producer for today.
I think what they've done with this Carano Rousey card is made a real place for people to fight outside of the UFC. I mean, honestly, competition's a good thing. It always is and always has been, and it always will be. And I love seeing guys have the ability to go out there and make some money. So, yeah, congratulations. That was good. I'm excited. I'm actually excited, Hey, but for people saying compare it to the White House card, no chance. Guys, come on. The White House card is the best card of the year for sure. And it's better than that. Let's just be completely honest.
before we get into this, Ben, I think we should have another view on this situation. Another UFC champion, another UFC double champion, Henry Cejudo. He had his things to say about this, believe it or not.
Mike Perry taking on Nate Diaz. Listen, Henry, you can say whatever you want, but this is starting to look like a UFC pay-per-view card.
This is a great part. I'll be quite frank with you, bro. Call me crazy what I'm about to say. I think this is just as good as the fucking white card, the UFC white card.
Do I call you crazy? Do I call you crazy? No, I don't call you crazy. No, I don't call you crazy.
Ngannou's in it. Nate Diaz is in it. Ronda Rousey is in it.
I want to see from the start to finish the run of show, how we run this event, how we keep this going. And that's right there is where you're going to see if these guys have arrived or not, because they've got the back.
All right. Thank you very much to John Martin, the CEO of the Professional Fighters League, for stopping by. Francis Ngannou still to come, but let's turn our attention to another interesting, fascinating, great event that's happening this Saturday at the MGM Grand. I love the MGM Grand. Pound for pound, one of my favorite arenas in the world, and definitely better than T-Mobile Arena, if you ask me. I think one of the most must-see TV fighters in combat sports right now is the man they call the Towering Inferno. He is listed at 6'5". He's the current WBC super welterweight champion of the world. He is 23-1-1 with 15 knockouts. He returns to action against the veteran, the former WBC and WBA world champion, Keith Thurman, 31-1, 23 knockouts. He left the sport, came back, and this is a big-time opportunity for Sebastian Fundora, who is kind enough to join us right here and now, this event airing on Amazon Prime. There he is. Hello, Sebastian. How are you?
Good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. Great to have you on. By the way, I'm liking the new mustache. I feel like it's a little bit more pronounced right now. What is the inspiration behind this look?
I don't know. Growing up, maturing a little bit more, trying to show that I'm getting older, I guess.
I like that. Well, you are, but you're still very good. You're still very much in your prime. This matchup against Keith Thurman, a guy who's been around the sport for quite some time, would be a nice notch on your belt, so to speak. Was this the matchup that you were looking for? Was this the opponent that you were hoping for as you were planning your next move, or were you thinking about someone else?
I wasn't thinking about anybody else. It's just what the team came up with. I think every step we take together is a good step. So, finding a former champion and adding them to our resume is definitely good for me.
I did see the face-off that you guys had when this fight was officially announced, and he was standing on a stair. I think it was, was it a chair? Yeah, there it is. I mean, look at this right here. You're going to have this anytime you face off with someone, but there is obviously quite a size difference here. Did you bring in guys who are around his size to emulate what you'll have to be dealing with on Saturday?
Of course. It's like with the last fight or the fight before that. We have fights that are 5'10" fighting us. So sparring the size-wise is not really that of a deal.
Well, where are you training at these days?
I'm in the mountains of California. Sometimes we're training in Coachella, so it just depends on the fight, but we've been in the mountains this time.
Is that Big Bear?
Yes, Big Bear.
The reason I asked this is I saw a video of some of your unique training techniques, if you will. Nothing about you is ordinary. Let's show the other one if we can. Not this one, the other one. There's another video of him doing some training. Yeah, here we go. Like you're wearing boots here, and this feels very primitive. This feels very old school. Can you tell us is this just for the videos, or is this actually what you're doing and where you're doing it?
No, actually, we need that. A lot of people think that we do it for the videos or just for social media, but it's actually what we need, to survive in this type of terrain. Snow boots or combat boots. It's not just for show; it's to live that life.
Well, I saw you running on a treadmill wearing snow boots. Why would that be good for you?
And it's not that it's good for me. That's not what I do it for. It's just we were around the snow, and as soon as you come out of the snow, you have to go run the treadmill. So it's like switching shoes. I'm just gonna keep this on.
Okay, you like being in that environment? You like when it feels like a little primitive?
It's helps you focus more. I feel you can You have to on what you have and make sure it works out. Being in the city or being around people, you get a lot more distracted. So you get it's easier to not focus on the hardship.
I did see another video, and it was the first one we played there, of this sort of obstacle course that you built. Can you tell us about this? Because this is also supremely unique. You did this by yourself, and where is this?
It's in our property. It's in our property. My father wanted to build it last year. In the summer, we did the Sioux fight, and he just got it done. He just had the idea of making a military-based, military-grade obstacle course, and he just did it in a couple months.
Incredible. And so, like, are you using this quite often? And if so, how difficult is it to conquer this thing?
We do it every day. We do it every day.
Wow, look at this.
Do it every day. And in the beginning, it was pretty difficult, but we have the condition, we have the strength to do all the obstacles. It's just one of the obstacles are 40 feet in the air, so now it's not the question of if you can do it or not. It's just, will your body respond? Will you walk on those steps and walk practically in the sky? And how do you react? How you react mentally? It's all good for the sport, I think.
This is amazing. And part of the reason why your father, Freddie, named the WBC Trainer of the Year for perhaps these unconventional tactics, but what he's done with you. And your sister is killing it as well. Do you feel motivated when she fights right before you, and then you come up like, not necessarily like a sibling rivalry, but it's, hey, anything you could do, I could do better. You knock people out, I'll knock people out as well.
Absolutely. Holding the flag very high, we're saying it now too. It's not just me, but I think she's the best fighter right now in the world. But it's just watching her do her thing, and then me having my own pay-per-view fight in MGM Grand. It's just a lot of things are all of these things were worked for. But we're here now, and now it's time for us to just show off, I guess.
Yeah, and reap the rewards. I'm sure you're very proud of your belt, and I'm sure you're proud of all the belts you've won. There's a bit of a war right now as far as the belts are concerned. Jai Opetaia just got stripped of the IBF. There's Zuffa boxing and whatnot. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about the old guard sort of being challenged by this new guard?
But it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see, that's for sure. It's a different world right now with boxing, but I'm comfortable where I am at. I think Zuffa doing their own thing it could be good boxing, but we'll see how it turns out. It's like the UFC and all those other MMA brands. Everybody knows UFC as the one. I feel. That's how I see it. I really know nothing about the MMA, but I still see UFC as the guys, So I feel with WBC, WBO, IBF, WBA, those are the guys right now. So we'll see if they ever get challenged. But as of right now, I feel like it's going to change.
Are you the kind of fighter, the kind of person who watches the other shows? Like, have you watched the Zuffa boxing shows? And if so, what do you think of them?
To me, I feel like it's too new.
Okay.
It's too new. And you'll hear about it, or at least I would hear about it because I'm a fighter myself. I'm going to pay attention to boxing. But other than that, it's just that, it's just Zuffa. You hear the name Zuffa, and that's all you hear. I don't watch the shows. I don't watch the fights. I know the fighters fight on it, but again, I'm in boxing, so I know these things.
Okay. Who's Dark Fundora, by the way?
that's I don't know. Fundora wore all black and went to a press conference, and that's something they made up.
Is that like your alter ego? Is that the heel Sebastian, to steal a pro wrestling term? I know you're a pro wrestling fan, right?
Oh, definitely. Maybe I'll go to WrestleMania after my fight. But
hell yeah.
Who knows? Maybe if I have a little bit of in me to talk a little bit, but for this fight, I feel like Thurman's doing enough for it.
Yeah. Does he get annoying? Does he get under your skin?
No, definitely not. And I think that's because we know who Thurman is. We know that Thurman's going to talk. So him coming in and doing his thing is just the usual, you know?
Yeah. Are you watching wrestling now? Are you keeping up with it?
Yeah, I saw, I forgot his name, but he's that big African guy.
Obafemi.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
You liking WrestleMania, the way it's looking? Are you keeping up with it?
As of right now, yeah. That Randy Orton's gonna wrestle this guy, the American Nightmare.
Yes.
Cody Rhodes. I think that's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good. I used to see Randy Orton growing up because he used to beat John Cena, and John Cena was a superhero, and him and Edge will just team up and kick his butt. But now he's a badass, and he always been a badass. But he seems like he's that guy now. So it's pretty exciting.
I love your wrestling knowledge. Did you ever consider going down the wrestling path before boxing? You'd have a great look for wrestling.
I never did. Honestly, I started getting back into wrestling again because of my little sister. My little sister loves it. We yet to go watch it live, but one of these days we're definitely gonna go.
The sister that you're referring to, is that Gabriella?
No, not even Gabriella. That's my little sister.
Wow.
Ariel Fundora, the twisted sister. That's the future of women's boxing. That's the future of boxing right there.
How old is she?
11 years old. You'll see her in 7 years.
Wow. Okay. She is the future. She's going to be better than you and Gabriella.
She has to be.
Why has to be?
No pressure.
Yeah. Why has to be?
I think she has everything. She's watching us become champions, grow into unified champions, all these things. She has the stable, she has the team, she has everything. Everything is in her hand. It's all up to her though, but I feel like she has everything.
And is she actively training at this age?
Absolutely. She does everything.
Okay. You broke up there, but I think you said that she has everything and she's doing everything, right?
Absolutely, yep.
Not sparring though yet, right?
No, she's sparring. I mean, not sparring man or sparring older people, but she's doing her thing. She's competing. She's getting all the credentials to become something great later on.
A lot of drama at 154 pounds with Virgil and Boots. Xander Zayas now maybe taking the Ortiz spot against Boots. How do you feel about all the drama that's going on over there?
It's exciting. It's exciting for a 154 class. We have our fight coming up this weekend, and then some bigger fights, and the belts keep flip-flopping. We have a new IBF champion with Josh Kelly, and now Zayas is unified. So it's exciting to me.
By the end of the year, I'm assuming you want multiple fights this year. Who would make the most sense for you next after this one? Of those names, anyone that you have?
There's all kinds of names. So whoever they give me, I'm ready for.
Who or what do you expect from Keith on Saturday? What type of fight are you expecting?
Well, what I expect Keith Thurman back from when he fought Danny Garcia, the best Keith Thurman. Will we see? It's all up to him, but that's what I expect.
But Dark Fundora is coming.
For sure, yeah. The dark side.
I love it. Well, it's always great watching you compete. And always great to have you on. So congratulations on all your success, Sebastian, and good luck this weekend. Really looking forward to watching you fight. Like I said, you're must-see TV for me, given your skill set, the size, obviously. And I love the stash. I love the facial hair as well. So let's keep that, all right? I like this whole new look of yours. March 28th, live on pay-per-view, sure. PBC pay-per-view on Amazon Prime. Great stuff. And looking forward to it very much. Thank you, my friend, and all the best to you this weekend. Safe travels to Las Vegas.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having me.
There he is, Sebastian Fundora, one of the must-see attractions in the world of boxing, 154 pounds, super welterweight champion for the WBC, competing this weekend against the veteran, the former champ, Keith Thurman. He is 10 inches taller than Keith Thurman, and so that's why you saw the face-off there was quite funny because Thurman's standing on the chair. Look at this guy. What a family. Look at this. What's that movie? Vote for Pedro. Can't believe it.
Napoleon Dynamite?
Napoleon Dynamite. Doesn't he kind of have a vote for Pedro look to him? Or am I thinking of the uncle? Who's the uncle?
Uncle Rico?
It's a bit of an Uncle
The
Rico.
football over the mouth?
Yeah. There's something going on with the brown suit. Is that
I
brown?
am constantly in awe of the
No?
references that stick with you and then the ones that don't, you know?
Is there not a Rico type of look to him right now? Or maybe it's
just because he's got the mustache?
The stash, the hair, the brown suit.
Doesn't Pedro wear a brown suit to the prom?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, is it Uncle Rico or is it Pedro?
Vote for Pedro brown suit.
Nah, I don't think he does.
Yes, look.
Does he? I'm looking, man.
Pedro brown suit.
Are you talking Uncle Rico back in high school who used to be able to throw a pigskin a quarter mile? Is that
Oh
what we're
yeah.
talking about here?
Yes.
Over the mountains.
Over the mountains. I don't know. Anyway, he's a great talent. Looking forward to seeing him in action, guys.
The face-offs are always insane with Fundora.
With him, it's the best. Any takeaways from John Martin? What do you think? I mean, I felt like he dropped
like
a lot of. Okay, PTY. Tell us why.
He's like a statesman, isn't he, or something? He could run for office, this guy. I mean,
Well, is he a politician then? Like, do you feel like he's
No, I just feel like he's a very good face for the company. I think he's very diplomatic. I think part of Don's kind of downfall was kind of going for the jugular of UFC when he didn't have the raw materials to, and kind of announcing we're the co-leader, and then us kind of saying, well, show us then. And then they never quite did. Whereas John is kind of saying, like, this is a 7-year startup. Like, there's a lot of things that we have to do here. We do have some great raw materials with the likes of Dakota, obviously Usman, Paul Hughes. He said in previous interviews, you know, Usman getting him signed again is of the utmost importance. He seems to recognize what the pillars of this company are right now. And honestly, he's a reason for me to be optimistic about where PFL are at, because as he explained there, I fully agree that this is the most important year in the company's history. And they need to get a lot of things sorted. I think I agree with you in terms of what they're doing in Europe. I've been at those events, Belfast, France, for instance, where monumental shows, you know, crowds at the UFC would be proud to have. So they do have things to work on there in terms of the US. I'm looking forward to see Pittsburgh, but I do think he is a very strong voice to lead the company.
Rick, what do you think?
Look, we've had him in studio twice. Maybe I'm being naive, but I feel like the level of transparency he provides is rare, right? Like, I don't get the sense that he's trying to pull the wool over our eyes. And I certainly, like, you asked him about certain things that he felt like he had to keep closer to the vest, right? Like how the ending with Francis, he declined to kind of like go into the details on that, but he kind of answers all the questions, and he sits there and says it with a transparency that I can appreciate. Now, does that translate to the PFL roster improving and them having a foothold in the U.S. market and getting the broadcast deal that they want? Not necessarily. But to Pete's point, there's an element of me trusting his leadership and thinking they could be successful because of it.
Well, when I see him and speak to him, I feel like it's not one of those like all sizzle, no steak.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just a lot of steak, right? Like you're not trying to be a showman.
Yeah.
But you do believe that this is the decision maker. You do believe this is the boss. Yeah. He tells you he doesn't like the uniforms he's working on. I know it's not as simple as like they're out. He talks about the walkouts. He talks about a rebrand, which got me.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Well, what is he talking about here? About the growth. It is interesting. What did he say? I think he said 9 or 10 in America this year, 6 overseas. I wish it was the opposite, because I just like how the brand comes across overseas as opposed to here, but I also understand that they have to be successful here. I did notice, I meant to bring this up yesterday. I don't know if you guys noticed it. It was way buried on the ESPN app on Friday.
Yeah, it was.
You guys noticed? Like, you had to...
Wait, you did mention that to him.
No, I thought I was going to mention it yesterday when we were talking about it. But like, you had to scroll past a lot of nothing, like spring training baseball, to get to PFL.
Yeah, it was impossible to find.
On a Friday afternoon, there shouldn't have been that much stuff ahead of it. And I kind of felt like that was a bit of a sign of where things are at right now. Like, if I were a betting man right now, given that and given his demeanor, I don't know if the future is with ESPN for them.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
The focus on the US, and that's the thing that's a bit tricky to me. Who is their biggest US star?
Okay.
Because I can name 3 Europeans off the top of my head.
Oh, yeah. Dakota, Paul Hughes, Usman, Vadim.
Doumbé.
Doumbé. Top 5. right? Are we
Ben
missing someone?
Steenis is even
Ben Steenis. So top 6 now. Who would be next?
let me ask an important question though.
Patrick. Yeah.
Patrick Haberor is gonna be fucking huge.
also European.
Are the
That
deals
Brussels? Sorry, go ahead.
Are the deals with these broadcast partners being sold on the strength of an individual European talent though? I'm convinced that it's still being negotiated at this level, at what is happening in the current state of the game. I'm still convinced that the deals are being negotiated on the strength of where do we think the PFL brand is and what's their potential, how many content hours can they provide. I don't think that it's based on an individual European star. I don't think that that's the selling point.
But if you are someone, let's say you're Network X.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, look at this product. And it's a red hot crowd in name a European city, Paris. And then it's, a so-so crowd in Chicago.
Is that deal going to be more lucrative than their US deal?
Which deal? What do you mean?
If we're talking about skewing the product toward a European audience and focusing it on the European demographic and then trying to
they sell more tickets there. They sell more tickets there. The crowds are bigger and the product just looks better and you have more.
But you have that. You can split it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound like it.
Mainstream coverage as well. BBC is covering this stuff. Like it's like
it comes across as a totally different promotion over there than it does here. Now, I'm not saying ignore. I'm not saying ignore. No, the broadcast money is more here. That's why they're trying to do it here.
Right. So
it's just
I wouldn't change a thing.
No, 100%. I don't have to worry about that. I'm just talking about as a consumer. I prefer watching their shows over there.
That's fair.
I'm not thinking as John Martin right now.
This goes all the way back to Bellator. It's always been that. But you have to, if you want to make the big dollars, you have to invest in the U.S. market. And it doesn't matter if they have a U.S. star or not. This is how you get the big dollars.
It would be helpful, you think, though, in terms of that's a good show, GC. But a US star would be helpful in terms of these broadcasts.
Oh, that I agree with.
Yeah, Sergio is headlining the Chicago show. He's a Milwaukee guy, but Evelyn was a former champion. But yeah, I mean, the top 6 you would say would have to all be European, not even like a Japanese or someone from South Africa. A lot
of Russians as well.
Yeah,
like in 5 of the 8 men's weight classes, it's either the number 1 ranked guy is either Russian or the champion is Russian.
There's not a lot of U.S. names out there, but I agree with you, Pizzi. Like if you can line it up that way, you do. But I don't know if it's available.
The biggest deal they have is with Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah, Road to Dubai. I saw it. Guys, let's talk some news and notes here. Speaking of the promoter wars, what about this from old Edward Hearn? Did you guys see this? Here's Eddie Hearn hitting the heavy bag, and take a listen to what he says at the very end. Sound up, please.
For fuck's sake. The speed bag, what?
Oh, the speed bag. Excuse me, not the heavy bag. That was yesterday. Okay. Nice form, nice speed. Oh, listen.
Dana, I'm coming for you.
Uh-oh. Can we go back to the beginning of that clip? Do you know what I noticed there? There was something that I noticed that was very noticeable.
How tanned he is?
No, okay. Watch the left wrist. What is that, a whoop? What is that? It's about
so hard it falls off?
It's about to fall off. It's coming. There it is. I don't know. Is that bad? Is that bad quality? Is he hitting so hard? What's going on over there with that?
I thought Aspinall was selling us wolf tickets about this boxing ability of Eddie Hearn's, honestly.
He's
like
really,
that same mass, that Aspinall,
He's leaning into it. I like it. Golden Boy and DAZN, they have come to an agreement. Shout out to everyone involved. DAZN now has Top Rank. There it is.
It's everything.
Golden Boy, Queensberry, Matchroom. That's a pretty impressive stable. Right there. There has never been a stronger boxing stable on one network. Fair to say?
Yeah, for sure fair.
I got that event pass thing as well. I'm delighted with those premium dollars I'm spending.
How much?
All the pay-per-views. 25 cents a month.
Yeah, I kind of
get everything.
All the pay-per-views? Yeah, every pay-per-view. It's fucking great.
25. How much? What was the currency?
25 quid. 25 euro. I said snots.
Snots.
Cool. Is it 25 in addition to your DAZN monthly subscription?
25 all in, mate.
25 all in.
What is it in the US? 45?
Maybe I've got this completely wrong.
No, I think I do think it's less over in the UK. I do think it's less.
Not too much less though. DAZN Ultimate, $49.99.
$49.99 for us?
You lads are. You're a pay-per-view market. You used to spend the money on
Wait a second. $49.99 a month?
$44.99
a month?
Bargain.
Yeah, for the ultimate.
That's too much. That's way too much. That is way too much.
Pizzi's paying $28.97 USD.
Snots?
Lads, I'll give you my sign in and use a VPN.
He's paying $29.
44. It's just too much, man. It's just too much.
I go back to my previous comments, right? The U.S. market, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different over here.
It's just too much.
Yeah, but no one's fucking buying.
Well, that's a different
You get every single box.
I would love to know the viewership numbers.
Yeah.
I'd
love to know the U.S. Ultimate subscribers.
But you,
How many, yeah.
you touched on the important thing here. Look, if you want to watch boxing, they are the platform.
For sure.
This is boxing. Like, so if you are a boxing fan, you almost have to have that.
Yeah. They got to put together the big fights. Maybe now they'll put together Ortiz Boots. Probably not. But Zayas versus Boots is great. Jayo Pataya, guys, is apparently launching some legal action against the IBF. This is the saga that just won't go away. Mick Francis, who's obviously a part of his team as well, on the IBF stripping Jayo Pataya. If they think we're just going to take this lying down, they're dreaming. Absolutely will be launching legal action. He paid all the fees, by the way. He paid everything leading up to that fight. Jai's worked too hard for that title. He's bled for that title. He's broken bones for it. I saw a lot of comments yesterday on our page, people saying like, hey man, this is what you signed up for. You knew exactly what you were getting into. They don't want to be in business with these guys. So, but I do feel bad for him. You know, you work your way up, you pay the dues, you do everything, and then they just take the belt away. It's kind of shitty.
Is it?
All he wanted to be was undisputed. You know?
What do you mean?
That
Is
was
it?
his whole thing.
What are you talking about?
Buyer beware.
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen
You're
when
right.
you went to Zuffa Boxing? I don't have much.
I know. It seemed like
for that.
what was our initial reaction? We're like, wait a second, undisputed.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, it was
say it a lot.
coupled.
He says it a lot.
It's the big announcement he signs, and then he's talking about undisputed, and his representation is talking about undisputed. I'm just like, what is happening here? What
And the
what
promoter he signed
conversation?
with was like, nah, the
Yeah.
Zuffa belt is
Oh
undisputed
no.
now.
Yeah,
What
we're
combo
gonna
did you
render these
have that you-
useless. We hate these guys. Basically, is what
He
they
needs
said.
he needs to send New York Rick in to have a word with him, sort them out. Just
I'll
hit him
tell
with
you
the hot
this: I
facts.
would have had those details ironed out before I signed. I'll tell you that much.
I know.
I would
What
have
were you
known
thinking?
whether the Zuffa belt was the belt I'm fighting for, or if I was going to unify these belts. I honestly don't understand. I don't understand what they
He
thought.
may have thought like, let me just get in here, take this money. It's a great deal, and we'll figure it out. And
Great. Then why? Who are you going
The IBF
threatening
thing
legal action against? You
Start racking
decided.
up those Zuffa defenses, baby.
yeah, know yourself. Meanwhile, David Benavidez and Zerda are fighting in a big time, Cinco de Mayo weekend card in Las Vegas. Pizzi, what about this piece of footage here over in Ireland at a place known as Croker? Who is it? It is the patron saint herself. I mean, it feels like they continue to drop hints on us here, right? That's Katie Taylor.
Continue, Ariel. That is Katie Taylor.
And that's Croker, right?
Field. That is Crow Park. That's the one. GC might be taking this in a couple of weeks' time. You can do a tour, GC, where you walk around the roof of Crow Park.
Are we doing it together?
Yeah, hold on.
No,
How far is
I've
it?
already done it. I'm not interested. I'll meet up with you afterward. That's what Pizzi's been saying to everything. I'll meet up with you afterward.
What? Pizzi's usually a great host.
Nah, I'm just kidding. He only said that for
Okay.
one thing. I also will say the caption of Katie Taylor's post: "One dream remains." ... Prayer hand emoji.
I feel like they're really leaning into it. I feel like they're
Everyone's on the singing off the same hymn sheet as well in Ireland this time.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay.
there was a bit of a schism last time in terms of like a lot more people on the side of the GAA. A lot people are kind of like, enough of this bullshit. Let's just get it done. Come on, let's go. What's standing in the way here?
This feels like way too much teasing if they're not going to deliver it, right? This would feel pretty rough if they did all this and then didn't do it. So I hope that everybody.
the Eddie post.
Yeah.
They're leaning in.
Like another thing as well. Like this is one-upsmanship as well for Eddie if he gets Crow Park over the line. Dana White talked about this for a very long time, and they did not manage to get that done.
Competition, right? Competition.
Look, the last time we was talking about this, the conversation was like, who's this Cockney coming in here telling us like what the Irish state should be spending money on? Put your money on the table if you want an event in Crow Park, because they reckon it costs double the amount that it costs to put on an event in Wembley. So it's a significant amount of money. And the conversation now in Ireland, at least the last time I was kind of looking at the features in the mainstream press, was like they're having that debate like, Katie Taylor is worth the state getting behind an event like this, you know, like, and that's a big conversation to be had, which could subsidize some of the expense for Matchroom as well. I don't know where they're at with that, but my advice to Matchroom was to do a financial report, a financial impact report. Hopefully they're taking my advice.
Can you help me?
Some can of piss. Go ahead.
Can you help me understand that? Why is it double? Why is it so difficult? I know it's difficult because we continue to talk about it being difficult, and over the years people have tried. What makes it so expensive and so difficult?
The insurance costs are skyrocketed. Some, like the Irish Times report, that this was because of the Regency Hotel shooting, a boxing shooting in 2016, where David Byrne was killed. It was an attempt on the life of Daniel Kinnan, who we know attempted to kind of remodel himself as a boxing power broker. You know, boxing really took a bad hit from all of that. But Gavin Casey, the best Irish boxing writer as far as I'm concerned, has kind of said, like, this was just the cost of doing business in Ireland as well. It was extortionate prices to insure things. The same with MMA. It's extortionate money to put on an MMA event. Some people tell me it's up to, 40 grand for a regional event, which is crazy, which kind of kills off the regional scene to some extent. But boxing, very expensive. And then, so that would be the insurance cost we're talking about in terms of 3 Arena, Rick. This is an 80,000 seater stadium in the middle of a residential area in North Inner City, Dublin. So there's all kinds of issues with curfews as well. When you walk out of Croke Park, you're into terrace streets. There's a residents association. The amount of security that has to happen within Dublin city centre to allow one of these things to go off. Like, I've been to, Gaelic football matches in Croke Park. The police presence is wild. And then that's on very early in the day. So you're talking about a nighttime event where people are pouring out onto the streets, maybe midnight, full of drink. It's a recipe for disaster, to be honest with you. So they're going to need security detail up the yin-yang to make this thing come off. And again, Dublin is just a very, very expensive place to do any sort of business, which my friend GC is going to find out in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
No,
when you go?
That's well said.
When do you go, GC?
Take off April 5th. Take off April 4th, land April 5th. I'm eyeing that Wednesday 2:30 Kellogg's Skyline Tour at Croke Park.
Okay.
Wait, what's the one thing he said he wouldn't do and would meet you at? You have to
the Guinness Storehouse Tour.
Oh, he's been there.
I was like, I'll pay for your ticket, man. He's just like,
Listen,
I
man,
live there.
Barred. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm barred.
You're barred?
he's after.
Things happen, man.
Is it because you went with Max Holloway a few years ago when he did that whole
Max
thing?
O'Holloway actually went to the Jameson Distillery. And GC, I'm not going to lie to you, I have a little pub tour. I'm your Huckleberry.
I love it. I love it. I
What
can't
a
wait.
guy.
I
What
can't
a
wait.
guy.
Yeah, just been finalizing some plans. I'm really getting excited.
Okay. A lot of exciting things, including Mr. Andy Aspinall choking out Frank Smith, the CEO of Matchroom Boxing. Have you seen this, guys? Here's Andy Aspinall sinking in the old rear naked here. What's happening here, Andy? There he is.
You know what's thing with Andy, right?
Yeah.
This is the way Andy's always dressed, right? Like he always has a jumper on him or something, like a sweatshirt, a jacket. When I went over to do the piece with Tom, I said, I better nip into the gym, like pay my respects to Mr. Aspinall while I'm here. He won't be very happy. First time in my life I've ever seen him wearing a short and t-shirt. And Andy's 63 years of age. He doesn't know I've come in. I'm talking to guys to try and get myself in there. I'm talking to Charlie. I'm like, where is this place? Andy has no idea I'm about to walk in here. As I'm walking through the door, he is jumping through the air and like slipping into a darts choke on someone and then rolling through. I look at his body afterwards. No joke. Like 20 odd scars on every like juncture of his body, his neck here, his back, all down his arms, all down his legs. I have no idea how that man can stand up, never mind still do jiu-jitsu.
How old do you
It's a
think he
marvel
is?
to me. He's 63.
63. Wow.
And he's rolling with pros. And it's full on rounds. And he told me he can barely kneel down because his knees are so damaged. You know how his body got, he says like all of this stuff happens with grappling. Anyone who's grappled for a reasonable amount of time will tell you like your body gets fucking destroyed by it. But this guy's damage to his body is holding pads for his gargantuan son, who is just booting the legs and arms off him while he holds pads. That's why they had to get former champion of the world, light heavyweight champion of the world, Stipe, in to hold these pads for Tom, because Andy was just like, fuck this, mate. You're earning enough money now. Get someone else in.
Just as a quick aside, this what is this Fred Perry jumper that you've got on over there? It's some kind of look here. I like it. You're looking like Noel Gallagher, or is it Liam Gallagher? One of the Gallaghers.
Well, they're Irish, you know.
Are they?
Yeah.
Frank, why are you laughing?
Just, that was very astute of you.
Are they actually from Ireland?
They claim Ireland now.
Okay.
They used to come out with the Union Jack guitars. Last tour, Aaron Gabra flag. And spent a lot of time in Ireland as well. Fantastic lads. You know, there's lots of videos of people just driving down country roads in the middle of Ireland, like not Dublin, nowhere near a big town. And they're just driving past, and Liam Gallagher's out in some rural pub just sculling a pint of Guinness. Like, Liam, how are you? And he's like, hello, come on in. And they all go on the session with him.
Legend.
Fantastic people.
Liam is the Man City guy, or is it Noel?
Both. They're both family of City fans.
And
We don't need to talk about that.
Were they both at the UFC, or was it Liam? It's hard to...
Just Noel.
Noel.
Ariel, you fucking met members of this band before, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Do you remember that?
So Sally can wait.
That's what you said to
He
him.
knows it's too. It's hard. Guys, everyone's back to training these days. Yuri Prochaska is fighting in less than a month, like 3 weeks. And look at this guy, this dad-to-be with this dad strength. Deadlifting 561 pounds. Look at this guy. Don't hurt yourself, Yuri. That's impressive.
For reps.
Look at that.
Oh, my God.
That is a beast right there. Looks like me in the gym. PT, tell them about me in the gym.
Wild.
Yeah.
You know, he actually exhausted the trainers the last time I was in the gym with him. They're like, fuck,
He hasn't been back. Ilya,
they closed the place down, man.
That's what I've heard. I haven't been back because they closed it down. Ilya Topuria is obviously training for June 14th alongside a very special training partner, his son. Look at this young man hitting the mitts. Look at this. Yo. Like father, like son. I was impressed. I was impressed with the speed. I was impressed with the technique. I did mention to John Martin, Cedric Doumbé. Here's the video. I'm a little disappointed with Cedric Doumbé. I mean, let me translate. You could play the video, put the volume down. I'll translate it in real time like Everton here, okay? This is what Cedric Doumbé said in his Instagram story. You can play now. Go ahead. I've got a big knockout coming. You aren't ready. You guys are not ready. You are not ready. It's impossible that you're ready. The KO that I have is unbelievable. It's huge. It's mad. You have no idea what's about to happen. Keep it locked. Stay connected. It's coming. Doesn't that sound like a fight? Unless he's doing another fight. But it's not a PFL fight. They need this guy back. He oozes charisma. He's so much fun. I enjoy him very much. Someone who is not coming back is Alistair Overeem. There's a great story up right now on uncrowned.com, the number one home and the number one unbiased home for all things combat sports. A great story on uncrowned.com right here now, written by one of the all-time best in the history of combat sports and boxing in particular, Tris Dixon. Love Tris. This is his uncrowned debut. The title of the story is Overeem is done fighting but plans to be here a long time. Take a look at these quotes here from Ubereem. In the beginning of UFC and MMA, I should say there has been times that PD use has been rampant. Yes, absolutely. Let's just say that in my career, I've done what all the fighters at the time were doing. Another slide here. It just became very clear that in the time of USADA, then it was like eliminated, which again is UFC going mainstream, taking the necessary steps, adding a USADA into the mix, which eliminates PD usage. So go back to that first one.
Same dude in the first the pictures.
Well, it's hard to tell.
It's just,
and then the second one,
is.
I think it's the lighting that's different.
Yeah.
Go back
the horseman in the first. He's uplit.
Second. First.
Ubereem.
Who's to check?
Overeem.
Second.
No, I think it's just the lighting.
I think it's the mask too.
I've always been in the post-USADA era, to be fair.
Yeah.
Never quite got
that. Was him versus Brock. Which was unbelievable. And another quote here from Alistair Overeem regarding fighter pay. Boxers are getting paid more than MMA fighters, right? That's a well-known fact. I'm not surprised. It's just a matter of time, right? Like, I knew I was underpaid, but on the other hand, not in a position to change that, to challenge that. Life post-fighting, quote, I think the sport structured that energy into discipline, into routines, into methods. And you're doing it for so long, so it kind of becomes you, right? It became me. And then the fight stopped all of a sudden. That's on uncrowned.com. There's also a great article right now on uncrowned.com by John Nash, who knows everything there is to know about the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. The title is the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act offers the worst of both boxing and MMA. And this is an article that I think is worth reading because he is the utmost expert, I think, when it comes to this particular title. And wouldn't you know it, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act has passed the House. It is the first boxing legislation to pass the House in over a quarter century. This was just released, so I do believe it is breaking news, Frankie. Today, the United States House of Representatives passed by voice vote Congressman Brian Jack's Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, the first boxing legislation to pass the House of Representatives in 26 years. How many representatives are in the House of Representatives, guys? I had to learn this when I became a U.S. citizen.
I got no idea.
I think it's like 5 something.
5
or 463? 512. It is 512. Anyway, last year on July 23rd, 2025, Congressman Jack introduced his landmark bipartisan legislation with Congresswoman Sharice Davids, which was referred to the House Committee on Education and Workforce. The Education and Workforce Subcommittee on Workforce Protections held a hearing on December 4th. We talked about that, featuring testimony from Lonnie Ali, among others. January 21st, during a House Committee on Education and Workforce markup, the act was overwhelmingly approved by a bipartisan vote of 30-4. And now, scrolling. And now it's passed. Does that mean, is it 100% through?
No.
I can't be an expert on everything. So where are we at now?
Just the next step.
How many more steps are there? It seems inevitable at this point.
That's way over my pay grade. But
does it not seem inevitable at this point?
Yeah.
So why don't they just expedite this whole thing and put us out of our...
No, I mean, they have to follow the legal
rules and regulations?
Yeah.
House Representatives is 435, by the way.
435.
Trick question. None of y'all got it.
Come on, Ariel.
Yeah, none of y'all got it.
I did get it.
I love how this guy said 512 and then said none of y'all got it.
Yeah.
The quiz man.
How the fuck was I gonna know that? You know what I mean?
All right, well, that's some kind of breaking news. I have better breaking news for all of you guys.
Okay.
Even more exciting than that breaking news. Do we have any celebratory music, Frankie? Anything fun, anything happy, anything that would... I need like a...
The sex.
No, not that one.
Oh, God. I could find something.
Nah, it's too late. We have just hit 400,000 subscribers on YouTube, guys. Yeah. I don't know why I'm singing that song, but this is very exciting.
There.
You're there. Everyone's there. The whole gang
I made the
is
graphic,
there.
baby.
And of course,
Look at Rick in that orange shirt.
Would never.
His signature orange shirt.
Would never.
Yeah, what is up with that?
Would never.
Frankie with a bit of a long hair look there, right?
Long hair and a, is that like a windbreaker?
I don't know what you're wearing there, Frankie.
You're looking greasy there, Frankie, I have to say. shout out to Oven. Love Oven.
Yeah.
That man loves that picture of me with
We look good.
Oh shit.
Look at this little thing we got here.
The orange shirt is tilting me.
Were you guys posing?
I'm playing for Netherlands.
Saying, she.
I've never once made that on a Boys in the Back.
So where'd he get that from?
We
did a little photo shoot.
You remember we did the photo shoot and we were like, we need those YouTube reactions.
Nah, you look great.
I was like, oh my God, all right, now let's do a crazy one.
Yeah. Those are the worst.
Yeah, those ones we never use.
There's a bunch of faces there, 7, but there's a lot of other people behind the scenes that helped us get here. Shout out to Pat, Spencer behind the scenes as well. Of course, the team here, Andy, Jordan, Dano back there, the whole team here. We're not stopping at 400. When did we say 500? When did we say 500?
I said by end of 26.
We're on the right track, right? Or do you think we
can get there. We can get there.
Sound a little less confident. Olympics really screwed us up.
I was going to say Olympics.
Yeah. Got some big fights coming up, though.
Yep. We had a big summer last year.
We did have a big summer.
If you remember International Fight Week, the numbers were jumping around that time.
That was Tom Aspinall, John Jones, this, that, and the
Sean
other.
Strickland.
Anybody big fighting International Fight Week this year?
Who's to check?
Who is to check? Yeah, who's
to check?
Guys, I saw a story, by the way. Everyone's losing their mind, and we come here with the actual facts. People going crazy about the amount of plane tickets, the amount of hotel rooms that the fighters are receiving from the UFC. Do you know this story, guys? Have you heard about this? I think
I've been seeing it
coming out that they've reduced the number. Well, let me tell you this: as far as flights are concerned, this is what I'm told: the fighters get 2 and they get 1 hotel. This has been the case for a while now. Now, people can negotiate if you're a bigger name, this or that, but it's always been 1 yours plus 1. And there are terms there like, oh, it has to originate from the same city. Like, you can't be living in Philly and have someone over in Alaska coming over and then, oh, I need one for my girlfriend. It has to be people who are related to the fight, to your fight camp and whatnot. For a main event fighter, I was told you get fighter plus 2, and then okay, here it is. For the flights, for your regular fighter, this is what I was told. I wrote it down, but I wrote shorthand. For the flights, it's fighter plus 1. Hotels, just 1. Now, I'm not here to say that that's good. If you're a non-main event fighter, you've got usually 3 cornermen. That's 1 hotel room for 4 people. At the very least, at the worst case scenario, you should be getting 2 hotel rooms, right? Stick all the cornermen together, or at least go 2-2. At the very least. By the way, more often than not, unless you're a champion, you're not even getting business class. So like if you're flying from East Coast to West Coast headlining, but you're not a champion, but you're a headliner, you're still not getting business class unless you negotiate and do that whole stuff. Main eventers, as far as flights are concerned, you get your own plus 2 more plane tickets. So that still doesn't cover all your cornermen, because if you're a main eventer, you get 4 cornermen. At worst 3, usually. Most main eventers use 4. So there's still 2 more that you have to pay for out of pocket. You do get 2 hotel rooms if you're a main eventer. Now, I was also told a women's fighter gets 1 flight plus 1 and then 2 hotel rooms. So that obviously would eliminate some issues, male coaches and whatnot. But everyone was going all crazy about this, and I asked multiple managers, and they said nothing has changed. This has been the system for quite some time. So everyone was trying to say that look, I think that there should be more hotel rooms. I think they should pay for all your flights. I think if you're fighting for the UFC, and especially if you're a main eventer, you should be getting business class. Think about how much it would cost them to just say, okay, if you're main eventing, you're getting business class. Like, what would that cost them for the year? Would that even cost $1 million? Like if they said all the main eventers, no matter who you are, if you are headlining Apex, pay-per-view, fight night, you're getting business class. What does that cost them for the year? I don't know.
What do you think they are? $20 billion company or something? Come on. 30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah, there it is. But
once I was leaving Melbourne, I saw Sergei Spivak sitting beside me in an economy on the way back from Melbourne. 12-hour flight to Dubai.
Yeah.
He's sitting there.
Did you get an autograph, a picture? That's an honor.
Yeah, I gave him one.
Polar bear.
You know what I mean?
Are you shitting me?
Leave me alone, though, after this. We're not talking again after this.
Polar bear in captivity for 12 hours and you get to sit right next to him? That's a fucking honor.
Polar bear in captivity is a bar.
Here, I even have more granular details if you want. This is from the contract. Incidentals, okay? So this is what incidentals mean. 1 hotel or motel room. They even have motel room in there. Golly.
Shout out. Jesus.
2 round-trip economy class airline tickets from the airport servicing fighter's hometown to the bout location for use by and transportation of fighter and one of fighter's affiliates. 4 tickets to the bout and either $60 cash per diem for fighter and one of fighter's affiliates, or at our discretion, meal vouchers for 3 meals per day for fighter and one of fighter's affiliates. Fighter's affiliates shall include, but not be limited to, manager, agent, trainer, second, sparring partner, and other persons associated with fighter who are connected to the bout. So like I was saying, not like a mom, a sister, a brother who have no connection to it.
It's tough.
Yeah.
60 quid.
It sounds like this is a description of an accountant going on a business trip to Orlando. Okay, you got your $60 per diem every day.
The fuck are you going to get with 60 quid in Las Vegas?
We'll put you up at the Radisson Inn.
2 bottles of water.
Not even.
Actually, though.
Fiji.
A couple bottles of
just
water.
ask Troy about that. Remember Troy drank all the water one time? Do you guys hear this story?
No.
Troy's first time in Las Vegas, he drank all the water in the hotel thinking it was free.
Oh, no.
He racked up hundreds.
Those are like $70 bottles of water for no reason.
No, I think it was like legit like $250, $300.
Yeah, it was crazy. Hey, speaking of Troy, can I
rookie move?
Can I actually
TST for those
can I out TST?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's going to be in Seattle this weekend.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, we talked, he's going, everything like that. He never asked me about where we're staying for the hotel. Ever since that moment, I was like, come week of, he's going to ask me to crash in my hotel room.
Has it happened?
Been saying it all week. Got the text this morning.
Today.
Hey, man, can I crash in the hotel room?
Let him know right here live what's going to happen.
I responded. I said, it's
Hell
a
no.
single better, man. Can't do it.
Yes.
Cannot do it.
You have to fucking, this is crazy.
What
you
are we,
can't do
14?
The balls don't
30s.
even ask.
That's
you know what I mean?
fucking illegal.
We're in our 30s.
It is
Come on.
fucking illegal. We're grown men, for Christ's sake.
Okay, now what was the response?
No response yet.
Wow.
Might be a bit upset.
How long ago was this?
A couple of hours at this point.
You think he may pull the plug on the trip as a result?
No, he's just going to point to the contract terms that say he's guaranteed a second hotel room.
2:03 p.m. So it's been about 2 hours. About 2 hours.
About 2 hours.
Well, you know, look, it's what do you can't be doing this shit. Like, you just can't. And you know what it is, GC? I know Troy. He's told me before. He doesn't just want to stay in your room. You have to have a full itinerary for him for the week.
It's a great
You know what I
point.
mean? He doesn't. You know,
You say that, he also was just like, I've done no planning. I was like, well, don't worry, we got it covered. We got the plans covered.
Also, when he says we, he means him, because I also have done no planning. I did recon. I did a lot of good recon. I had some great people send me information. I then passed that along to GC, who has done fantastic planning.
Is he staying at the shoot?
Nah,
that's
he's coming after.
That's it. That's exclusive. We don't.
What kind of vibe are we expecting there? You know, they're going to this place called Muckleshoot, PT.
Boy.
What are
Promised land. What
Immaculate.
vibe are we expecting?
Is it a casino?
It's
it's resort and casino.
It's like a Tachi Palace type of thing?
It's the Pacific Northwest's premier casino and resort. It is a 2-time gold medal award winner. We're staying at the greatest place you can stay in all of Pacific Northwest.
Wow.
My only concern is someone did hit us up and was like, here are a bunch of recommendations. Enjoy Muckleshoot. You know, I get the bit and everything, but don't stay too long. A lot of oxygen tanks, everything like that. I'm like, all right, chill in the muck, bro. It's going to be fantastic.
What do you mean oxygen? What does that mean?
Elderly
Bunch of old
gamblers.
Oh, got you.
Compare this to Tachi Palace is a level of disrespect that
I don't know. I've never been to Tachi.
This is an actual
Foxwoods?
palace.
Is it Foxwoods? Is
Better.
it
No,
nicer?
No,
Has
he's
some of the
talking about
nicest
Tachi.
views.
No, Tachi is not Foxwoods.
Oh no, I'm talking about you guys.
Oh yeah, no. This
Nicer.
is levels. There's levels to this.
This is the Bellagio of the Pacific Northwest.
Oh wow.
That's what it's been coined.
And you guys will be joining us from said venue
tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We gotta go get in the. We actually gotta go get in the TSA line like right about now.
Yeah.
If we're even gonna make this flight. We're gonna watch.
When he's got a rascal. I'm always jealous of the rascal people in the casinos. You know what I mean? They don't stand up at all.
I might fuck around with rascal.
That's Rick. I'll go to bed the night before we drive into Seattle at like 9 o'clock. I'll be like, all right, see you guys in the morning, up bright and early. We'll drive into Seattle, and then I'll come down at 8 a.m. To leave, and then Rick will just schlunder over from the poker tables and be like,
ripping cigs all night.
I ended up not sleeping. I just grinded out 17 hours at the poker table.
He's absurd.
He did it in Atlantic City.
Wait, so what's the plan as far as the flight is concerned? Like separate quarters, or are we sitting next to each other?
Separate quarters. Rick is in.
You're a Comfort Plus guy, aren't you, GC?
business. I'm a big Comfort Plus, but we're not flying.
Rick's in business?
He's ahead of me. That's all I know.
Rick,
I'll be looking at the back of his curly hair.
I am constantly in steerage. Let's not get it twisted.
Rick's in business. Who approved this?
I'm not.
PT, we're gonna watch Ireland after the show on Thursday. One of the fine establishments.
We're brokering a deal with the Hearthstone House here. I'm going on 18 people, and it just keeps getting bigger. Everyone's like, "Oh, where are you going?" Yeah, no, we'll go too. And I'm like, so I have to get there now at like 3 p.m. for the game to be at 8 and just sit there for 5 hours. I'm going to be blind drunk by the time things start.
I heard Troy just texted me. He canceled his plans. He's going to hang out with you at wherever you're going.
Blanchardstown.
Yeah.
Tell him,
You're full. It's. I did look at the schedule. So the World Cup playoff is Thursday, and then if you win, you play Tuesday to punch your ticket, right?
Yeah,
that's accurate.
correct.
And then I looked at it. I was like, okay, so that's I think Thursday is the 26th, and then Tuesday is March 31st. And then I looked at the text and I was like, wait a second. PT told me he's unavailable on March 31st.
I am. I'm going away for Elaine's mother's birthday, who wanted to go to the match this Thursday, couldn't do that because she had to go to a Billy Joel tribute act. And then she was like, do you know what would make my birthday? Because we're going to get through against the Czechs. And if we beat the Czechs, if we went to Kilkenny for my birthday and we all watched the match together. And I was like, well, got to make a lady's dream come true.
No,
You know what I
of
mean, that's
course.
all I can do here.
Is that going to be
I'll
on?
send pictures.
Is that going to be on while we're on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be in the
Boys
afternoon.
In the back,
like-
it's going to be on.
no,
well,
the Tuesday, the big one.
The Tuesday. Yeah.
Got to get there first.
Yeah. No, of course.
We're going to be in Kilkenny. We'll be in rural spot in Ireland watching this match. So feel free to FaceTime me there and I'll. pop
GC,
up on
it'll
the
just
screen.
be me and you. Rick's taking off.
Fuck, we'll just be pool in here. No, Pete.
Frank, you coming or what?
I'll have to
What is it? Summer Fridays around here or what?
Check.
Wow.
A little
I
spring
did
Tuesday.
check, right? Availability. I did say to Ariel, I am willing to ruin Elaine's mother's birthday.
Yeah.
Most importantly, what you think of the Billy Joel tribute band?
Hasn't happened yet. That's tomorrow. So she's going to, yeah.
Tell her enjoy. Give her my best.
We've been working down in Allentown.
Oh, yeah.
And the factories are all closing down. She has a tribute act whenever she wants one, but obviously she wants to see this lad dressed up or whatever. Fair enough.
Well, thank you for that, PT. Appreciate it very
problem,
much. And we'll check in with you tomorrow as well as the boys as they will join us. They'll join us from Muckleshoot, Seattle. But now let's get to our last guest of the day and by far the biggest. And I've been wanting to talk to him for a minute now. As they say, he's got some big plans. He's returning to action on the 16th of May, Intuit Dome, Inglewood, California. Netflix, MVP MMA, you know the whole story by now, going up against Philippe Lins. He is the lineal MMA heavyweight champion of the world, the baddest man on the planet, the pride of both Cameroon and France, le prédateur, Monsieur Francis Ngannou. Kind enough to join us. Hey, Francis, how are you, my friend?
Good, and you, Ariel?
It's always great to have you on. It's always great to talk to you, and we have a lot to discuss this particular time, Francis. A lot going on.
I think it's been a while, yeah, so. Yeah.
Yes. So let's get into it. And your connection, you look crystal clear. You look amazing on the screen. What have you changed? What's different?
Nothing.
Okay.
Usual. I think maybe you upgrade your screen.
It's us. It's us. Okay, it's us. No problem. You know, we're moving
you
up.
have a
as
better
well.
one now.
We're moving
Big
up.
time.
We're Netflix now, Francis. We're Netflix.
Congratulations.
And congratulations to you. I'd love to start at the beginning, though. Can you tell us, Francis, why you parted ways with the PFL? What led to that decision when we found out on that Friday morning, you going in your separate way?
Well, I didn't part way. I think I have one fight left, and I was hoping to have that fight since last year. I've been asking for the fight, but they keep telling me they are working on it, and until last January, they said they couldn't make it on time. So that's what happened. But I wanted to fight. I've been asking for a fight for almost a year now.
Did they give you a reason at any point as to why they weren't booking this fight?
Well, they kept saying that they were working on it. And at the same time, a lot of things was changing in the PFL. And sometimes it was so like even hard to know, like, because I used to talk fight related. It used to be with Pete Murray. And then things started to change. And then John came around, and you have to the conversation has to basically start all over. He has to pick up on things, so kind of like slow the process down.
Do you think that any part of the reason was due to money, that they didn't want to pay you what you were owed?
Well, the contract was there. It's the same contract that we have long time ago. So there wasn't a negotiation or something. The contract, it was the existing contract that I was going to fight in.
But the reason I ask that is maybe the new regime, the new bosses, you know, the likes of John Martin said, you know what, we didn't sign this deal, we don't like this deal, so we're just going to try to end it or not give you a fight.
Well, then they are the only one to. They are in a much better position to answer that question clearly.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and I get that. I'm wondering, was there an end to the contract? Is that why they made the decision? They had to give you the fight before this date or month kicked in.
There was the end in the contract.
A sunset clause, basically.
No, not the sunset clause. There was the end in the contract.
And was that coming up?
And then, yeah, he was coming up.
Okay.
He was coming up. I mean, of course, I did give a lot of time since I was also. I mean, they requested a lot of time for the contract, and then for me, he was also good. Like I was also expecting, like I could have some boxing fight at some point, so things doesn't mix up. So they have time in case I have some boxing fight, so they have time to readjust. So yeah, but he was coming up.
Were you disappointed that it ended the way in which it did?
Disappointed. I think disappointed is a big word, but I would say I had liked to get to the end of that contract.
Yeah, and
I didn't want it to. Let's say I didn't want it to end up that way. You know, basically after the relationship that I had with the PFL, we had a good relationship from the beginning all the way along. So I wanted it to finish in the better way.
Do you regret?
And I would have even be open like to a new contract if that was the option on the table, but
that was never discussed. You guys never went.
No, it was never discussed because like we need to finish this first. There was a contract on the table that hasn't been executed.
Were there ever even talks like, oh, potentially this guy on this date? Like, did it ever even get off the ground for this final fight or never?
On date, no. I know after
Nemkov
fought, yes. And then they said he could be, he could be him sometime, but didn't mention the date.
Do you regret signing with them in 2023?
No, absolutely no. I think it was a good thing. It was a best decision. I mean, I didn't have a pressure on the contract. I had my freedom, which I always claim. And then to the end, I didn't have. We didn't come to a full term of a contract, but I didn't have to fight off the contract or something like that. Didn't have to deal with all this nightmare.
Mm. The announcement that you were parting ways, that you were leaving, was on a Friday, and then the announcement that you were joining the MVP MMA card on Netflix on May 16th was on a Monday, and then we saw you at the press conference on Tuesday. Did they make that announcement, in your opinion, on the Friday to get ahead of that? Was it? Did they make the decision because? Tell us your perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think they wanted to get ahead of story, which is what every organization would do, because we get we part ways since January.
Oh,
and it was since January, and then I think I wanted to also give them a better way, like to come up with something, because that was their decision to part way, not mine. But I was a little surprised when they sent me that. I'm like, they should have at least told me, since I've been fully done into this.
You didn't know that was coming out?
No, I didn't know.
So how did you feel about it when you saw it all?
Bro, at this point of time, I'm not here to like feel much about stuff. I just move on. I wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't anything that I found it very little weird that after all this time they didn't even come back to me and say, okay, we're gonna now announce it. It was people. They didn't even tell me. Like people just sent it to me. I just saw it out there. I wasn't aware at all.
Wow. But at that point, on that Friday, you had already agreed with MVP to be on this card, right?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I've been talking with the MVP with Nikisa for like 2-3 weeks.
Okay. I spoke to John Martin, and he told me of PFL that you were a big part, obviously, of PFL Africa, and you're still involved, and he would like to talk to you about remaining involved. Is that accurate? Are you still involved, and would you like to still be involved in PFL Africa?
Well, I think I would still like to be involved. You know, my goal with the PFL Africa was to bring the sport in the continent and to launch that, to give that opportunity to people in the continent. So, and then he was something very separated from my promotional agreement. So I think if there is a way to keep that on, I will still be part of it, because at the end of the day, that's like for me is a personal project. You know, I really want to see that grow. I really want to see the continent have his own thing, like develop his his fighters. To see all those fighters being enthusiastic about something locally, I think is quite amazing. And then I want to keep part of it. I think we just need to establish some conversation, because the conversation here been little like tough. You know, when he was with Pete and Don, it was easy to communicate, but now it's hard to even find who to communicate with.
Okay, so as far as PFL Africa, they haven't talked to you, you haven't had serious talks about you remaining involved or anything like that?
No.
Could you tell us, all right, so now speaking of MVP, how were you approached? When did that start? You said about 2 or 3 weeks prior to the announcement, so maybe about a month or so ago. Nikisa calls you and says, we have this opportunity?
No, so he asked me if I'm free first. Like I heard a rumor like this. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. But he wouldn't just trust what I was saying. So I put him with my lawyer, and then he gives him some context.
What I had heard, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit, and you did talk about it at the press conference, but we've gotten more information about it now, that the original plan was you versus Rico Verhoeven, correct?
Correct.
Did you like that?
Of course.
Great fight.
I mean, no disrespect for Flip, but I was very excited about the Rico fight. And then when I heard that he has signed to fight Usyk, I was a little disappointed, to be honest.
So Rico said recently to Chael Sonnen and Ian Parker that he got offered more money to fight you than what he was being offered to fight Alexander Usyk, but he made a verbal agreement with Turkey. I heard that it's like multiple times more, that he was offered multiple times more to fight you, but he took the Usyk fight because he had already promised Turkey that he would do this. Originally it was with AJ. Did you hear the same? And if so, and even if not, are you surprised that he turned down more money to fight you?
No, I don't know about the amounts. I don't know about numbers here, but I know that since maybe December or even before, he has a verbal agreement to fight in boxing, to fight potentially Usyk or AJ, somebody. So I knew that. Even when Nikisa approached me, he said, this is the thing. Rico really like this, but he's in this position. And he was always clear about it.
Okay.
So it wasn't a secret.
How do you think he's going to do against Usyk?
Well, I think he can do good. I have to watch to know exactly how he goes.
Okay, but you think he has a chance?
Yeah, of course. He's a legit fighter. Yeah, I think he definitely has a chance.
How do you feel about the fact that he's fighting for the WBC title, but when you fought Tyson, they wouldn't sanction it?
Well, I think at that time, so many people didn't believe on all this crossover. So I was like basically like the first to be in that position. But they did sanction it though.
They made a special belt, but not the real belt.
They make a special belt.
Yeah.
They did sanction it.
But this
because
is
remember,
for Usyk's belt.
Even after that,
Hmm?
they ranked me.
Yep. I remember.
Yeah. So they did sanction it. But I think a lot of people were so skeptical, didn't know where this was going and how it was going to be until they get there and saw that. I'm like, okay, we think this is legit, and then step in. So basically we opened the door, we opened the path to show that, okay, this is something that can happen. And now it's normal. But at time they were like, what is this? What the hell is this?
When you found out that Rico was going to take that fight, and before you guys agreed on Philippe Lins, were there other heavyweight names discussed in between that were of interest to you?
On top of my head, no. He was on Friday, and then I'll tell them to bring me something on Monday to sleep on it, so we get some rest, because I wasn't like right away going to like start to think of who I will fight. And honestly, like there wasn't so many. It's not like the option was so many out there. It's hard to find fighters that are free from promotional agreement at this level.
Were you aware of Philippe Lins? Did you know of him? Had you heard of him?
Briefly, really quick. I didn't know him that much. I didn't know like much about his career until they brought it up.
And obviously you were with him in California a couple of weeks ago. What did you make of him? Any sort of vibe from him? You got to spend time with him at the shoot the next day after the press conference. What did you think of him?
What do I think of him?
Yeah. What kind of vibe did you get from him?
Well, what I saw, he's a great fighter. He's a good guy, and then he's very excited, happy to be there, and like I think he's mentally there. He's trying to push back.
Yeah,
which I like that.
As far as your recent tests in MMA, Renan Ferreira, Cyril Gane, etc., where would you put him? Do you think that he is a sneaky good fighter that people are underestimating? Do you think that he's a notch above, a notch below? Where would you put him?
Well, he's a good fighter. He's a well-rounded fighter. That the people judge like good fighter or not based on how they are known, or based on maybe the promotion that the fight are, which is not how it works. Sometimes you get somebody in the gym, he's not even fighting in any of this promotion, and then you find like he's a very, very skilled guy, very good guy. And then Philippe Lins is actually like the guy that went to all those promotions. So he's legit. He is legit. Technically, he's legit. He doesn't have like he doesn't come with one thing special, but he comes with everything on his arsenal.
We're hearing a lot of things about MVP MMA. Could you tell us, compared to what you were getting from PFL, how does this is a one-fight deal, right, with them? It's just this one fight on May 16th, correct?
Yeah, it's just a fight. It's just a fight bout agreement. There is not a promotional agreement.
Right. How does this purse compare to the one that you were getting from the PFL?
That doesn't matter. We are not here to compare purse.
Are you happy with it?
Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't say yes. I'm happy for the opportunity as well. Remember, this is like the first MMA fight that's gonna be on Netflix. So I was more excited about that. That was like a big decision factor.
Today they announced the entire card. I know you've been training. I don't know if you've seen it, but from what you've seen, you saw it. Here it is, just in case.
Yeah.
What do you think of this first card here?
It's dark. It's dark. It's the biggest card so far. Unless they bring some magic, this is the biggest card of the year.
Yeah.
So far.
Even since we saw you, Nate and Mike being added, I know
exactly
that's a huge.
Is a card that is going to be very difficult to match it.
Are you familiar with Saladin Parnasse from France?
Yeah, I know him. I met with him. I won his his manager reached out to me once. When he wanted to start boxing, he wanted to do some boxing event in France, and they will have like some challenge, some difficulty, and then he reached out. We meet up, trying to see if I could help.
When the announcement came out that you were leaving the PFL, and I know you talked about this a little bit, but we haven't talked about it. Everyone had a say on the decision to leave the UFC, the legacy, all that stuff. And I felt, Francis, when I saw you on that Tuesday at the press conference, I felt a different type of energy around you. Like I felt like, and even in the interviews with people afterwards, like there was like an intensity to you. Like you were out to prove people wrong. I know you don't listen to what people say and you don't put stock into it and all this stuff, but I felt some sort of like edge to you. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that a fair way to describe how you're feeling right now?
No. I mean, I don't feel like I have to prove anything to anybody, so I won't have edge with that. As I said, I just do what I have to do, and then I get my peace of mind. I live with in my little bubble, and it's been working pretty good. Like right now, even going out there, start to do interviews, stuff like that. It's not my stuff. I just want to live my life. It's been good. The decision. You mean which decision? It's the best decision of my life. And also, in case those people don't know, is a part of a legacy because I have done something that nobody have done before. Nobody could have get in the position that I am right now before. So I opened that door, and I did it my own way. I was the first. So, I mean, what do you want me to prove? If that's not enough proof. And then I went out there being the first to take out two of the best boxers in the moment. And now I'm the first in the opening the MMA event on Netflix. What do you want me to explain, brother? If somebody doesn't understand, then he needs no explanation.
What was interesting to me was seeing managers, people in the business, talk about like, you see, it was a mistake. And I was thinking 2 boxing matches, an MMA fight, now the Netflix fight. So this is 4 fights since leaving the UFC. And I would imagine, I don't know how much you make, but just from what I hear, they're like, this amount of money is probably more than your whole entire MMA career prior to that. So what are we basing it off of? How could it be a mistake? I don't understand how people are viewing this.
It's the narrative. People just follow the narrative. When I was there battling, when I was in a battle in the position back then, having all this pressure, all this threat, nobody think about like he's a mistake. Then I get free, get in peace, and then he's a mistake. I don't understand. If having peace and peace of mind and be in the best position that you ever think of is a mistake, well, then I love mistakes. I'm really looking forward to do so, to make some mistake in the future.
What was it like hearing Ronda talk about these business, choices and the state of the sport and all that stuff when you've been saying this stuff for the last few years, but to hear it from her, after all this time, I was wondering what you thought of it.
Well, I think not only Ronda, but now in the moment, like I see a lot of people battling and then get in the same position that I was, understanding what I was dealing with at time, which is more excited because people get more aware of like the situation. Back then I was alone, and I hope some could have understand at time, not like to join my fight, but even for their own self. Because we are watching the landscape today, the situation that are going on today is the same thing that I've been saying all these years. And those people, they are facing the same situation, right? But it's at least a good thing that people are aware of it. And that's why I'm trying to like push back all this narrative, because they want to spread out this narrative to scare other fighters that want to claim a better position for them, a better thing. and that's why I
May have lost him.
We'll grab him back.
I knew when I talked about the great internet connection that I was...
You jinxed it.
Yeah, I always do that. I'm always so taken by it, and then I always jinx it. But it is great. When it's up there, it's great. It looks great. We'll reconnect with Francis Ngannou in a moment. Obviously fighting on that May 16th card. We told you at the top of the show, the entire card, except for Chris Avila's opponent, has been officially announced. 11-fight card. Something for everyone, as we said. Saladin Parnasse versus Kenny Cross is going to be up there, or Kenneth, if you want to call him by his birth name, and also Junior Dos Santos versus Robles de Spain, the Cuban who went over to the UFC, had a cup of coffee, obviously in karate combat. I believe that's the 5-fight main card. Mohamed Mokaev is up there against Adriano Moraes. Let's go back to Francis. I believe he's back. Yeah, there he is. Hello, Francis.
Yes.
So we lost the connection there. You were saying that's why you're pushing back on the narrative.
Yes, because they are planting some narrative out there to scare fighter. Some fighter must be like, oh, I don't want to leave. I'm not happy here, but I don't want to leave because they are afraid of what they have done to me, or the narrative, or that they have spread out there that put pressure on them, But I just want to say that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, If some people are good where they are, that's not problem. But if you're not good, it's your right. It's your full right for every single fighter, whether doesn't matter the organization. If you're not happy of where you are not happy, and it's your right to get out of it. We are independent contractor, so that doesn't oblige you. You are not like an employee that you have to sign up somewhere and work for multiple years. You can sign up somewhere and then fight for, I don't know, 1 fight, 2 fight, whatever is the deal, and then move on. Just decide to move on, to go somewhere else. Is your right. That's how the business is. Because you keep believing that, oh, I'm this, I'm that, but whenever somebody want to cut you, you have no guarantee. So it's something that is very, he needs to be more spoken about. And then when I saw Ronda talk about it, yeah, I was actually happy to see that a lot of people started to see, and a lot of people would talk about it, and most people would understand.
Francis, why do you think, if you could still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Why do you think so many fighters are afraid to speak up like you did, to bet on themselves, to take these chances? Why do you feel like that is the case?
Oh, because of oppression. Don't you see, since I left, don't you see what they're trying to do? All this blah, 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 all the thing, all the narrative, trying to drive. The mission have always been to destroy Francis, to damage Francis, By the way, tell me about somebody that have left and then went out and be something, basically as a champion. First of all, nobody have left as a champion. Mm-hmm. So they want to close that door, lock all these things. I don't know if it's true. I haven't heard that even the Sunset Clause doesn't longer exist. I hope it's not true, but
recently they signed, Zuffa Boxing signed Conor Benn to this 1-fight, $15 million deal. And Dana White was asked about it. And he said, why wouldn't you be happy if you're another fighter? Why wouldn't you be happy to see another fighter make a lot of money? Why wouldn't you be happy for them? Why wouldn't you want to celebrate that? And can I just ask, I thought of you.
They should be happy of making their own money. Happiness could also start from your own self. You don't have to always be happy for people. Yes, it's good to be happy from seeing someone make money, but when you're making money too, not when you're going broke. not where you are taking a fight, maybe with injury because you have $100 in your bank account and trying to make a living, provide for your family. Yes, when you see something like that, and then maybe you've been in the organization for all this year, doing all this fight, of course you get pissed. I would have get pissed too. I didn't get pissed about that. It didn't bother me because I was in the better position, right? That's no longer my problem. I don't have that kind of problem anymore.
I thought of you when he said that because I remember when he announced at the press conference, Dana White did, that you were leaving the UFC. He didn't say, I'm happy for Francis that he's going to go out there and make more money. When you signed with PFL, he didn't say, I'm happy for Francis, or you should be happy for Francis. When you signed to fight Tyson Fury, he did not say that. He said Francis didn't want the tough fights. Francis didn't want the John Jones fight. And so there's a bit of there's some hypocrisy, I should say, some hypocrisy there. So I wonder if you see this stuff and you feel the same way when you see it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have still be happy for Conor Benz even if they have gave him 30 million. Meanwhile, other people should have get money too. I mean, there are hundreds of fighters that are out there fighting for the organization, making money for them, and then feel like to be in the position that they feel like they are less of a fighter, less of an athlete, because like this guy just came around and they give him this money, which is an amount that none of them might have never seen. It's like, it's frustrating.
Eddie Hearn continues to say that when the UFC fighters start to see what the boxers in Zuffa Boxing are making, there's going to be a revolt. Do you think that's going to happen?
That's gonna happen if people are, if a fighter are aware of the situation. If they don't still get trapped with this story, because they are good of telling story, of making narrative, and then people get trapped into. For example, they will keep telling this guy that they are fighting for like the best event, for this, for legacy, or the blah, blah, blah.
John Jones came out and said they offered him $15 million to fight on the White House card. He asked for 30. He was willing to go down, but once he said no to the 15, they said, all right, we're moving on. I know you spoke a little bit about it at the time, but we have new information now. How do you feel about all of this, how it's played out with John, who at the time was trying to get the fight with you in 2020? You were trying to get the fight with him, but he was asking for money and they couldn't come to terms back then.
Well, I would say I know the tactic. I know the house tactic, so I'm more to believe what John Jones said.
Yeah.
When I see, I can understand. I can read between lines. I know how he works out there, and I 100% believe that. I mean, maybe 95% or 98% believe on what John Jones said.
Do you think John Jones is right in this case? Does he deserve more than that, more than they were offering?
Of course, John Jones deserves that. What are you talking about? John Jones been in this organization for how long? John Jones been a champion since he was 23, I think, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is, 15 years or over 15 years? If there is somebody that deserves something nowadays, like just even to pay him tribute, is John Jones. John Jones needs to get paid, maybe not only for the fight that he's fighting, but for what he have done for the sport. For where he have taken the sport to. Like, isn't the John Jones that they are out there bragging that he's a GOAT? Man, if the GOAT is not respected, then who should be respected? I worry if the GOAT is being treated like that. I truly worry if that's how they treat the GOAT. Then those who are not the GOAT, I don't know, whatever they are, well, imagine what they are going through.
You did mention earlier the sunset clause. Now the issue is he signs a long-term deal, I believe before the Cyril fight, which was just 2 fights ago. He'll never get out of that contract. He asks for his release. They're not going to release him, right? Why would they release him?
No. He will not. He will not get out of that.
So
I think the mistake was if he has signed that fight before that contract, as the rumor said before the Syrian gun fight, I think that was a mistake, and then he will most likely not get out
and never fight again as a result.
I don't know. it depends on what they are willing to do, on what he's down to do. But potentially might not fight again. There's a lot of people that might not fight again. When I see the scenario, even with Thomas Spinner, I wonder if he will fight again.
So I was just about to ask you, when you see this scenario playing out, clearly Tom feels some sort of way. He's now linked up with Eddie Hearn to represent him. How do you feel about how this story is playing out?
Well, what do you mean? Like, how do I feel? I don't care how it's going out. I think.
Are you paying attention to it?
Yeah, of course. Well, I see one guy out there holding his ground, making moves. I think partnering up with Eddie Hearn for him was a good move. That won't please the UFC, but will be good for him.
You said just a moment ago you think maybe he might not fight again. Why do you think that?
Well, because I know he started to know his value, and then Eddie Hearn know the business, and then they don't like when things are like even.
Or maybe he just fights it out and then tests the waters like you did?
He been saying that all this time around. He's been saying that he want to box.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's the source of his problem or what is it, but he's been saying that all this time around. That have never been a secret.
Is that, I know we're not there yet, but a matchup against someone like Tom, does that interest you?
Come on, bro. You're going on too much hypothetical.
Too many hypotheticals.
Yeah, too many hypothetical. He's saying the contract.
Yeah, I got it.
Like, yeah, he's so far away, like something too far to think of. If he were free, then okay, you can even potentially think about it. Like, you don't even know the state of his contract or this or what. I don't go too far.
Saga. I get it.
Yeah, it's a long process.
I do think what you said earlier was very interesting. A few years ago, 2021, 2022, you were kind of on an island by yourself there. And even people, I don't know if you saw Max Holloway say it recently. I want to make sure that you can hear me here. Can you hear me here or no? Yes, you can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you.
Yeah, Max Holloway said recently, like at the time where you were talking about getting more money and the John Jones stuff, and there was Derek Lewis saying, hey, I'll take that fight for $1 million, and that cuts the fighter's legs out when another fighter is saying, hey, I'll do this for even less. And so I feel like now at least there are more fighters who are speaking the same language that you were a few years ago. And so I wondered how you felt about it from afar, seeing you have nothing to do with any of this. You're gone. You're doing your own thing. You seem to be very happy, but just seeing that more people are understanding where you are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited to see that. I'm very happy to see that people some fighters start to understand the game, their value and the situation. Because at the end of the day, it's not only about like, it's not like joining my goal. It's even for their own self. I'm not happy because that do me any justice. I get my justice and then I'm out of it. But I'm happy that they get all this awareness and more fighters will get that. It's very tough sometimes when you walk around like nowadays, I walk around, I don't think of something that could be a problem. Then you go in the gym, you see this guy, he's hurt, he's fighting, he was fighting with injury. And I'm like, bro, why do you do that? Your rib, you fight with a broken rib. Why do you do that? Say, brother, I have $100 in my account. My wife was pregnant, and then this. Then it's like a shock. I'm like, holy shit! So this is what actually happened out there, So that you kind of like have some empathy for this situation, and then seeing a move that can potentially change something like that for fighters. As a fighter, I mean, you can only be happy and excited about it.
You did mention that you were free as of January from the PFL. Did you talk to the UFC about a return?
No.
Did you reach out or your team reach out? Did anyone reach out? Were you interested in at least seeing, taking the temperature?
We didn't talk. I mean, that's a talk that could be difficult.
Yeah.
But could still be done, but we didn't.
Okay. If the MVP opportunity on Netflix didn't come up, what do you think you would have been doing now? Like, where do you think you would have ended up? MMA, boxing? What were you thinking?
Okay, so listen, this is the thing.
Yeah.
And this one, what's come with the freedom. I'm not obliged to do anything. I can just sit and wait and see if something happens. If it happens, good. If it doesn't happen, it's still okay. I don't have that pressure anymore. I just want to do what I do because I like it, because I love it. But it's not like an obligation that I have to do. I think I have done enough. And all what I'm doing now on is just going to be a bonus.
If you never fight again, basically you're set for life, right? Is that fair to say?
I mean, I'm not thinking of like not fighting again. I think at some point I will fight. I don't know how long he would take, but I will fight because I want to fight. Yeah, but I'm not worried about like a living.
You're 39 now. Have you thought about how long you want to do this for?
Well, I always say like the day that I wake up and then think about it or go to the gym and don't feel like, don't get excited, then that's a call. That's a call out. I move on to something else because I also have a lot of things that I can do after post fighting career that I'm very excited to.
But that hasn't come yet. You don't feel that at all?
No, I don't feel that. I get excited. I go to the gym and then I get excited. I'm into this. This is my thing. I love it. I feel that excitement. Let's do it.
Francis, in November, we spoke when Jake was looking for a replacement for Tank Davis, and they reached out to you about fighting Jake on that Netflix card in boxing. He eventually went with AJ, and you said you weren't all that interested in the offer and in fighting him. How do you feel about being in business with MVP, with Nikisa and Jake now? What is that like for you?
Okay, but that didn't mean that I didn't like them or that I hate them or something, right? I mean, if you have heard me, I always praise them for what they have done. I always praise Jake for what he has done, even for his career to come in from just being a YouTuber to become a legit boxer nowadays, because they speak of him as a boxer, not as a YouTuber anymore, right? So we get along, we get a good conversation and get good opportunity for everyone. He was a good opportunity even for me to be part on this card. So why wouldn't I be happy about? And then we always have a good relationship. Remember, even besides this, Nikisa always praised me and very respectful on everything. So I have no problem doing business with him. I'm even better yet, I'm even happy or excited to do business with him.
You do seem interested in fighting him now. What has changed?
As I said, and I will say to you, first of all, like I didn't even believe that was a fight. Secondly, after all the blah, blah, blah that he's talking, I think in me, I have a little bit of a, like I want to kick this guy out, like something.
Well, and you're talking about Jake, right?
Yeah.
So I saw a clip yesterday of him speaking to Sky Sports, and I found it to be very interesting because right now he's promoting your fight. He's promoting the event on May 16th. I wanted to play you the clip of him talking about you and get your reaction, okay?
Okay.
Here it is. Here's Jake Paul yesterday.
Francis Ngannou was talking a lot of smack. I think that's an easy fight for me. I think he's a terrible boxer, and I maybe want to go back up to heavyweight and knock him out like Joshua did, and render him unconscious. And he knows I lasted longer than him against Joshua, and didn't get put out. So I think he maybe wouldn't do the fight because I think deep down he would not want to get embarrassed. So to me, that's a fun one on the list.
Terrible boxer, easy fight, wouldn't want to take the fight. He's your promoter right now. for all intents and purposes. Are you surprised to hear him speak about you like this?
Let's just say he's been Jake. Jake is just being Jake. I don't really know what to say about it. It's been him. That he have always been like that.
Does it annoy you to hear him talk about you like this?
No. I mean, not like this particular one. I think what annoyed me was mostly back in November, but I know it's just been Jake.
Do you mean the tweets and stuff in November? Like what about? Yeah, what annoyed you about that, or what bothered you about that?
Well, because he kept being pushy and said all this thing like, which is the same thing that he's saying now. Now I'm used to it, but back then, that was like the first time he was coming out with it.
Are you hoping? Obviously, all goes well May 16th, and then the next fight is against him. Is that what you want?
I don't know. If he what I want, if it happens, okay.
But would it be fair to say you're interested in it?
In what? In like beating me up?
In boxing him?
No, not boxing him. Kicking his ass.
So would that mean you'd like to fight him in MMA?
Why? Because I cannot kick his ass in somewhere else rather than MMA?
No, but in boxing's limited. It's just two weapons. In MMA, you could throw him, you could slam him, you could knee him, you could kick him, you could do a lot more. I mean, literally, you can kick his ass in MMA. You can't do that in boxing.
Even in boxing, I can't kick his ass.
Well, you can't actually kick in boxing. I think you'd get disqualified.
Well, kick, when they say kick somebody ass, is a metaphor. It's not actually kick somebody ass.
Yes, I know. I was just wanting to know if you actually want to literally kick his ass, like beat him up. But I know what you mean. We're getting hung up on that. So you are interested in this?
I want to.
Yes, it sounds like it. Have you guys talked about it? You and MVP, you and Nikisa?
No.
No. Do you think this is going to be a thing that lasts, this MVP MMA business? Do you think that they're going to do more than one show?
We don't know. Nobody knows that. They don't know yet. Hopefully he lasts. Hopefully, I think Netflix is the broadcast.
Yeah.
Hopefully they like this and then one more. Of course, therefore he will last. And everybody will be happy. I think it's a goal for everyone.
How many times do you want to fight this year?
Well, I don't know.
You haven't thought of that. You're just thinking about May 16th.
I have May 16th now. Last year I didn't fight. I have May 16th now. If I have some date in the future, sometime this year, that would be great. If not, we will see what's on the line.
Do you think before it's all said and done, we will see you box again?
Possibly.
Okay.
It's about the opportunity, what shows up.
Sure. And I know you're back in Vegas. It's great to see you at Extreme Couture with Eric and Dewey and the team. And I saw you with Johnny Walker there and some new faces, right? You're working with some new guys over there?
Yeah, with Johnny Walker, Sergey Spivak. All those guys. Yeah.
Sean Strickland?
Yes.
Do you work with him? Smaller than you, right?
Yeah, little bit.
But I feel like he would give you some good rounds, Sean. He's a tough guy.
Of course, he's a tough guy.
Yes. Are you excited about this, Francis? Do you feel like a sense of enthusiasm about this opportunity?
About what?
What's coming? Netflix, it's a big deal. Many people are going to watch this.
Of course, I'm excited about it. Like, yes. Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just talk about like, and this is the first one on Netflix.
Yeah.
So, and we are part of it. I mean, it's something that 2 months ago, nobody could have even think of. Imagine. happen. And now it's happening, like for real. In less than 2 months, it's about to go down.
2 last questions. Do you have any idea? People are wondering, will there be sponsors? Will it be no uniform? You can wear what you want. We haven't seen this in MMA. What can you tell us? What are you hearing as far as what you'll look like when you fight?
No, we can have sponsor. I think we just have to submit the sponsor so they can check.
Okay, this is good. So now fighters can make even more money, right?
Yeah.
So you like the idea behind it all? Because you were a fighter first guy. You were the guy saying you want your opponent to make $2 million. So I don't like that there are no sponsors. I don't like that there's uniform. I think that fighters should be able to make more money based on the platform that they're fighting on.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's something that we have out here. We explicitly talk about this case particularly.
Last question for you, Francis. We talk a lot about the criticism, the critics. I would like to ask you, what would you like to say to the people who have backed you, the people who have stuck with you? We focus a lot on the critics, but we don't talk enough about your supporters. I'm sure you have many of them, whether they're in Cameroon, France, and you feel that support amidst the noise. What would you like to say to the people who continue to back you, whether it's from the UFC to the boxing to PFL to now this?
Maybe you focus on the critics. I don't focus on the critics.
I'm saying I focus. When I ask you questions, it's a lot of criticism.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
But I don't want to ask you about that. I want to ask you about the people supporting you.
Okay. Because I always speak about the people that support me. That's who I follow, because that's the people that support me, whatever I do and whenever I do it. And I'm always grateful for the support. Those are the real supporters. Those are the core of my, those are the motivation. Like sometimes when you train, those are the one that you do one more round, one more step, not to let them down, right? Because they are there. When it doesn't work, they are there. They support you. They send love, everything. Yes, I'm very grateful and I appreciate their support as always. And we'll keep entertaining them and do my best for them, for my fans.
Well said. And by the way, Francis, I don't know if you know this, but
I'm only focused about them.
Okay.
The critics is you guys. You bring up too much critics,
I'm sorry.
Which is not my business. That's why I don't like to talk about interview anymore, because everybody critic, they say this, they say that. Who cares about? I don't care.
I didn't ask you a lot about critics in this interview, right? It wasn't so bad.
It was always about, not always, but a lot about like, what do you think about this guy? What do you think
but that's
about
not critics, because you're a smart guy. You've been through it all. So I was curious what your expertise had to say about all of this.
I'm not an expert though. It's just my opinion.
No, but you've been there. You've lived through it. So that makes you an expert.
You think so?
I think so. By the way, Francis, I wanted to tell you, you witnessed history a couple weeks ago. You got to see Ronda Rousey and I shake hands for the first time in 10 years backstage. You were the one. You were right there. You witnessed it,
really?
Right? Yeah, that was first time in 10 years. 10 years.
Well,
it was nice.
That's a good history, because I believe it's not the last time that you guys are shaking hands.
I hope so.
I think in the next 8 weeks, you guys are going to shake hands more than 2 times.
I look forward to that. And I look forward to shaking your hand again in person. It was great to be with you in person because it had been a while as well. Thank you as always, Francis. You're the man. We appreciate you. There it is. Francis Ngannou against Philippe Lins, live on Netflix, only on Netflix, Saturday, May 16th, Intuit Dome, which is a fantastic new arena in Inglewood, California. I can't wait for this. And I'm so happy that you're a part of it, Francis. Thank you for the time. Good luck. Bon courage in training, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you, Ariel, and thank you to my fans, to those who you don't always ask me about them, those who support me always and love me. Thank you, guys.
Au revoir. Thank you, Francis.
Au revoir.
There he is, le prédateur himself, Francis Ngannou. There it is. There he is. There he is, Mr. Francis Ngannou, May 16th. We've been talking a lot about this card. Tomorrow, we'll have Saladin Parnasse and Mohamed Mokaev on the show. So we'll get the Parnasse side of the story about his American debut, and Makhachev in by far the biggest fight that he has had since leaving the UFC, going up against Adriano Moraes, the one championship former champion. The former one championship champion. Also on tomorrow's program, Dalton Rasta, who's going up against Impa Kasanganay on Saturday, March 28th, this Saturday in Pittsburgh, PFL Pittsburgh, and Oscar De La Hoya, the Golden Boy, who, of course, just signed that deal with DAZN that was announced this morning. So now it's Golden Boy, Top Rank, Queensberry, and Matchroom all under the same umbrella. Always great to talk to Mr. De La Hoya. I'm looking forward to having him on the program. On the nose as well, arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to be for all your on the nose questions. Lots to discuss. The boys will be joining us from the Muck over in Seattle, Washington, just outside. So it's going to be a great day. But before we go, we do have some super chats, Frankie. What do we got?
We have 1 or 2 or 17.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Covering my first MMA event in person at PFL Pittsburgh, what would you say is the biggest piece of advice you would offer someone new to the space? And do you suggest being cage side or media room?
Cage side. Say hello to as many people as possible. Shake their hand. Introduce yourself. Be professional. Be courteous. Get there early. Get there well before the first fight. I'm talking an hour or two before the first fight. As soon as the doors open, you should be there. Dress professionally. No fighter merch. No, sweats. Show up. Jacket, shirt, pants, that type of thing. Stay till the end. Don't ask for selfies. Think like a fan. Act like a professional. And show up to the post-fight press conference, ask good questions, be ready to go, be well-researched, enjoy, and be courteous, be kind, be respectful to the other journalists. I think you're going to have a great time. And I wish you all the best. I remember my first event. What a time, what a time. What else, Frankie? What else?
Rick at GC, did you hear Mason Jones call the Des Moines, Iowa crowd the best in the world? He said it was louder than London and Paris.
Yeah, let's ask Rick and GC about that. Guys, what do you have to say?
What the hell is this?
Yeah, wait a second. Wow.
What the fuck is that? What the hell is this?
That's a new one. Guys, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? I believe that they're en route.
It's tough.
Yeah. You know what, Frankie? I missed them already. I'm feeling a little sad. I'm feeling some FOMO.
I mean, we're still here.
I know, but I missed the whole family. Anyway, shout out to Des Moines. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Boys in the back, you must go to Dick's Burgers while in Washington.
Wow. Hey, guys, what do you think of Dick's Burgers? Oh, wow. Guys, what do you recommend? What should we order if we go to Dick's?
Just the burger.
Okay.
Burger and the fries.
Oh, what else, Frankie?
This one. Coming in from Alberta Saturday for UFC Seattle. Me and my homies' first UFC outside of Canada. Should we expect anything different? Is there anything we must do while there? So far, got dinner at Space Needle, Mariners Game, Aquarium, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and Pike's Market. Love y'all. I have one. I would suggest the Boeing Museum. I went. It was a lot of fun.
Plane?
The planes, yes.
Yeah.
Also, Capitol Hill. A couple of venues around there you could check out. It's where the grunge scene was in the 90s.
First of all, shout out to this individual from Calgary, I think he said.
Right?
Yeah,
Alberta.
Calgary,
Yeah.
Alberta, Canada. Alberta. Could be Edmonton, could be anywhere. Banff, Jasper.
Who's the check?
And $79.99. That's incredible. So thank you. Even in Canadian dollars, it's incredible. If only we had people on the show who were also going to Seattle, who we could maybe ask them what's on their itinerary.
Well, I think we could ask. There you go. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's on tap for this weekend?
Museum of Pop Culture, also very cool.
Okay. Bruce Lee, I believe, is buried just outside of Seattle. Is Kurt Cobain?
Yeah.
Was Kurt Cobain born in Seattle?
He was born in Aberdeen.
Come
on.
I love Seattle.
Read a book.
Great place, Seattle. I'm a huge fan of the Pacific Northwest, and hopefully it's a great scene over there. It's been a minute since I've been there, of course.
You still have your Sub Pop pen that I brought you?
Somewhere here. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Anybody going to PFL Pittsburgh besides me? LOL. Guys?
The boys? Are you guys?
I think they would say yes. I think it would actually be like, I feel like we gotta.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, I'm 100% going if you're going. That's what they would say.
Can I say something right here and now? When GC, I should have said it when they were here, but GC joined the team in August of 2021. And Rick was still at ESPN. There were still 2 months before he joined us at Vox. All right? And you're still with me here, Frank, right? I'm not just talking to myself? Okay. And Rick's writing, stop cutting to us. I do appreciate them tuning in. Anyway, so they're listening to me now. And I will be honest, so GC came in as like the new Rick, right? Because Rick was social media expert, guru extraordinaire guy. And there was a part of me who sort of wondered, like, will these guys get along? Will they be friends? Will they like each other? You know, GC coming in as the new Rick now moving on to another role. And now to see it evolve and blossom into this, where they're taking cross-country trips together, I think sharing a room at a casino somewhere outside of Seattle, going to Des Moines, going to Philadelphia, going to Seattle. It warms my heart. And I'm glad that my fears were not realized. And I am also glad that my instincts were validated, because I did think that they would be friends. But you never know, Frank. You never know how these things play out. So I think it's a really nice thing to see come to fruition. What do you say? What do you think?
You know, I think you're a matchmaker.
Yeah.
You got everyone together in this control room. We all get along, all of us.
It's a real, dare I say, bromance.
Yes. I just want someone to look at me the way they look at each other.
Yeah.
Sammy says today is
I never actually said what else, Frank,
Yeah,
but
well,
it's fine. Go ahead.
There are 17 of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Sammy says, today is my 37th birthday. Unfortunately, my plans were canceled, but having a good end to the day watching the Ariel Helwani Show. Thank you for saving the day.
There it is. Well, we could have used this when we were celebrating our 400K subs.
The birthday song.
Yeah. Sammy, we love you. Happy 37th. Great birthday. Oh, look at that. And we are sorry that your plans got canceled, but we are so delighted that you were able to join us live. It was a banger of a show, as per usual. Wish you the best. Happiness, health, success, all those things and more. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Shout out to John's translator.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Everton. Poor guy. John was going on and on and on and on and on. He was very passionate. There was a part of me thinking, like, I wish I could, like, actually speak this guy's language and fully understand, but Everton did a great job. You guys were telling me he was feverishly taking notes, right?
He looked like a pro the entire time. He definitely was locked in. I thought it was great. I think he was actually happy to do it.
Yeah, well, he's a pro. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
This super chat is to fund getting Dana an earpiece for post-fight pressers, so he doesn't need a translator from English to English.
So good.
Go Sens, go.
Oh, yeah. Sens. Ottawa Senators. Yeah, that is funny. I don't understand.
It's a great point.
Yeah. Maybe he just can't hear, but he can hear the guy translating, who happens to be the Russian translator who helped us out with Peter Yan a few weeks ago.
But, I mean, you've been in those pressers. Like, how hard is it to hear?
Not hard at all.
All right.
But he does say that he has bad hearing, so cut the guy some slack. What else, Frankie?
Wouldn't that be a reason to have an earpiece?
Like one of those?
Can I just say, like, objectively?
Yeah.
It just looks like he's so annoyed to be there always.
Me,
and like every question, like I've seen the clips of the old ones. Like, you see what I got to deal with. I have seen this.
I'm too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
That's the only impression I've gotten. I've never seen him like actively like, all right, you next. Okay, another question. Let's hear it. It's always like, I'm smarter than you. That was a stupid question.
26 years, yeah. But you know, you're right. You're right.
Ariel is literally advocating for the boxing model that we all hate. Truth is, the UFC is the best for the fans. When fighters get their way, the fans do not. Floyd versus Manny took 10 years too long because of it.
Sorry, Angelo. No, I'm advocating for the fighters. I'm advocating for the fighters who put their lives on the line for your entertainment. So I know, like, it's fun for you to sit at home with your Buffalo Wild Wings and your little DraftKings parlay. But I see what happens to these men and women when they reach 40 and they have nothing to show for their careers. So yeah, I do want an open market for them. I don't care. I honestly don't care if we don't get the greatest fight that you may think could be made. If that means that these guys are going to be locked up for the rest of their lives. Let me tell you something. Let's just talk about these contracts for a second. If I'm a Major League Baseball player, an NHL player, a National Basketball Association player, if I'm one of these guys and I don't sign for the amount of games. Every other sports contract is for the amount of years. 3-year contract, 4-year deal, 5-year deal, whatever it is, right? 10-year deal, 12-year deal, Vladimir Guerrero. Okay, well, first of all, there's free agency, great. There's trades, great. You could be sold in football, great. I'm talking about, world football, not American football. In our sport, you sign per fight. And if you happen to get hurt, if you can't fight, if you can't agree on the right opponent, the clock does not tick. So if you sign an 8-fight deal like Alex Pereira did, it's not, now they've gotten rid of these sunset clauses. Sunset meaning it's going to end by a certain time. You know why they got rid of it? Because of Francis Ngannou. So it's not like, oh, I'm signing a contract March of 2026. This contract is for 6 fights. It's either 6 fights or it's going to be over March of 2029. No, it's done. If you don't make the walk 6 times, you're never going to be free, ever. Think about that. John Jones, I think, has somewhere in the range of 6 fights left. He will never get out of that contract unless they want to release him. There's nothing he can do to get out of that contract unless they want to release him. That is a personal jail that he has signed up for. How could you be in favor of that? I'm all for honoring contracts. Your word is everything. I'm a handshake guy. If I give you my word, I am living up to my word. These fighters sign contracts that have no end date. And so now Dustin Poirier will never get to test the waters unless they release him because there's multiple 5, 6 fights left on that deal. How could you be in favor of that? So yeah, you may complain that it's the boxing model. No, boxing is look, when there's a guy who comes in and is willing to pay boxers, there are a million different issues with boxing. The purses got really high and there's, drama between these promoters and the sanctioning bodies and the rankings and the number 1 contenders and the mandatories and all this other stuff. The only thing I advocate for is for fighters to get paid what they are worth, to be taken care of, to have options. That's what I want. And I would argue, if you're not in favor of that, you're not a real MMA fan. You're a selfish MMA fan. You don't truly care about these fighters. They may all be rock'em sock'em robots like these little toys to you, but for me, they're human beings with families, with injuries, with bills, with mortgages, with health issues, all this stuff that they need to take care of. And the window, as Dana White likes to say, is always so very small. But you listen to the bullshit that very, very, very rich people who are made for life, for generations, you listen to the bullshit that they spew to you and you believe it. Because, yeah, it makes sense and they say it with conviction. Let's see how many of them want to sign up for deals that lock them up for life. I wouldn't want to do it. If I signed a deal with Yahoo and it was not for years, but it's like, hey, you've got to do X amount of shows and it's a crazy number and God forbid I can't make those shows, I'm stuck there forever. Now, I'm not trying to say sign a deal and sit out, but guess what? You don't get paid if you don't fight. So why would any fighter sign a 3-year deal? Let's say we went to the year model. Why would any fighter sign a 3-year deal and sit out? They want to get paid, but they also want to advance their careers and move on. And guess what? Things change, plans change, goals change. These guys can never see what else is out there. Jalen Brunson played for the Mavs, wanted to stick around. They didn't offer him a good deal. He moved on. He went to the New York Knicks. He's now an even bigger star. This is called free agency. Collectively bargain. You're the WNBA players. WNBA players get made fun of all the time. Oh, the league isn't good. They're not tough. They're this and that. These women stood together, fought for what they believed in, planted their flag into the ground, and said, we are going to fight for our rights. We're going to show up at a WNBA game wearing a t-shirt saying, pay us what we're worth. They have bigger balls. They have greater courage than the toughest SOBs on the planet. Think about that. Think about that. These WNBA players that I'm sure fans like you make fun of, who say you're not worth they're not worth your time. They're not tough. It's whatever. It's girls playing basketball. They have more courage and bigger cojones than these tough SOBs, because they stood up for what they believe in. And now look at what they're getting. Look at what the minimum pay jumped to, $600K. You're out of your mind. That's what I believe in. I don't believe in no boxing model. I think boxing is screwed up and splintered and a mess filled with politics. I believe in fighters getting treated right and getting what they deserve. And you know what? Every single one of your favorite fighter out there agrees with me. They're just not in a position to talk about it. And I don't begrudge them for that. Don't get me wrong. They're in a tough spot. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about what I believe in and talk about what's right. And that, in my opinion, is right. What is right? It's not because I'm trying to take down this guy or this promoter or that promoter. No, it's what's right because I see what happens at the end when they're broken. They are broken with nothing left to show for it. That's what you want? That's what you want? You want what's happening over in Hawaii with the Prodigy? Is that what you want? Get out of here with that. What else, Frankie? What else?
Is there any chance that Eric the Jackhammer Jackman dons the custom pink shorts
Wow.
for a
Is this happening?
debut in 2027?
Did I miss it?
Possible.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
PFL rebranding? Hear me out. What if they become the Global Fight League and inherit a sick theme song? GFL was teasing something recently.
That ain't happening. It's a great tune, and they should license it, but that is not happening. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Get Riyadh Caesar to
All they have to do is drop the P and enter the G, but split the G.
Should we call them up?
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Get Riyadh Caesar to be involved. Help to cover the cost of Katie Taylor event. She deserves it.
Yeah, they don't seem to be on the best of terms at the moment, and they haven't promoted many women's boxing events, but that would make a lot of sense. Eddie can afford it. Matchroom can afford it. It's just a matter of, the politics and all the stuff that PT spoke about. Hopefully they get it over the line this time. What else, Frankie? What else?
Had Jones and Pereira been made out for the White House, would it have been for an interim or for the undisputed title? Can't see Jones going for interim.
Had Jones Pereira been made for the White House, would it have been for an interim or for the undisputed title? Did it have to be for anything? I had not heard, so I'd be speculating. I had not heard if it was for interim, for undisputed, or anything like that. What else, Frankie? What else?
PFL's John Martin seems like a very laid-back guy and likable. Surprised you didn't ask him about PFL Canadian broadcast deal. Any update?
I don't know.
Canada is underserved fan base.
You're surprised? I mean,
that could help grow.
Sorry. Yeah, it is. Where does the PFL air now? I mean, I don't know if you know this, but I don't live in Canada. That's not to say that I don't care about Canada, but it's just not top of mind for me. The big deal is the American deal. Yeah, I don't know. Aaron Bronstetter definitely knows. TSN? Maybe? I'll get back to you on that. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Since the White House card isn't officially sanctioned, not on their record, will steroids be legal?
No. ABC is overseeing it. It's going to be fine. And, of course, could you imagine if everyone's just juicing for that?
Quite the spectacle.
Everyone shows up looking like super jacked. What else, Frankie? What else?
Do local fighters get paid more for not flying?
No, because it's not like a thing. It's just, they're just paying, for your accommodations, for your transportation. They're not taking it out of your purse. If you want more flights, they'll take it out of your purse. Believe it or not. Oh, what else? What else?
But you're giving per diems to just the people who are coming from out of state.
Is he
I think
talking
that's
about
what they're asking?
per diem, or is he talking about?
I think
the
it's
flights?
like you got travel expenses paid, right? Why not give the locals some extra cash? And maybe they do. That's how I'm reading that.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
And lastly, Ariel, any WWE interviews before WrestleMania planned? Been a while since you've talked with any WWE talent. Imagine Lesnar and Heyman or Oba or Roman in studio.
It would be great. It would be great. It would be great. Wouldn't it be nice if we could? Let's see. Let us see. This is around the time where Rick says don't say anything.
Well, I'm not Rick, so go ahead.
Burn all the bridges, right?
Burn all the bridges.
What else, Frankie? What else?
That was the last one.
A great day was had, but it is time to go. I actually have to speak to Syracuse University very soon. I thought we were going to be done at 4:30, and
if only someone was in control of how long the show goes.
The main thing is, yesterday I had to stay a little extra, and everyone left, and it made me sad.
We had to queue up outside of the studio to say goodbye, and
No,
then
it
you
was
complained
great.
that
But
we
now
were...
I want you guys with me.
Yeah, I'm out of here, man.
I want to be in the trenches with you.
These guys couldn't leave fast enough.
Oh my God.
Dan's gone. Andy, haven't seen her in an hour.
Dan's gone too?
Yeah.
Well, Dan and Frank came to say goodbye. The rest left me high and dry.
I mean, you were a little busy.
Well, I was doing stuff.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt.
conspicuous by its absence, though, was the flan that you made.
Okay, wait. You said this earlier.
Yes.
And I was under the impression that Connor had taken you a plate because he brought us plates. No. All of us got some.
In fact, when we were done, I was so excited. Like, the flan was the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for the day for me. And I was like, oh, I can't. It looked fantastic. I'm sure I've tried your cooking before. I'm sure it was going to be like a freaking 9 out of 10 at least.
The problem is the flan doesn't keep for very long once it came out of the fridge.
And it was nowhere to be seen.
It wasn't. There wasn't
I looked
any
in both
to share with
fridge.
you.
Like, there was nothing.
So there was literally a tiny piece by the time I went to grab it.
Who ate it?
My husband. I took it home.
Wait, I understand that. But what about the rest? It was a massive thing.
Hey, man, you want to stay in the studio all night? No flan.
Well, I hope he enjoyed it.
I'll make you one.
He could get it any time.
These are facts.
Very selfish, if you ask me.
Sorry,
thank you very much. Thank you. It was a nice thought. Francis, John, and Sebastian. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back tomorrow. Same time.